When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Ancillary stories today. Political fans, really no different than sportsball fans. We're going to talk about that because it's really undermining all efforts in service to white well-being. People hunting pythons? Guess I'm going to have to lock my door. Oh, hold on. They're talking about snakes. We'll look at that story as well. Disappointed, let's see, remnants of the People's Convoy. Remember those truckers? We said it wouldn't work out, that they had to get the go-free method if it was going to last. And guess what? We were right. What a surprise. Featured story today. Black entrepreneurs built beach havens in California. We actually spoke about one of these families, and they touch upon that same family. Couldn't resist to go back and have a little look at that. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get into women in Congress. They can't speak without getting interrupted. Oh, boy, it's just terrible for ladies these days. Go free lesson of the day. Let's see, we got a few things here. Republicans whine about anti-white racism. That was a story. We'll talk about the responses. And it says, they ask in that story, who's being a snowflake? Well, we're going to send you straight to hell. To use the great replacement or not to use the great replacement. That was in Twitter. We had a little back and forth with folks. We'll talk about that. The blood of every anti-white victim is on the hands of every single anti-white. We're going to talk about that and why you need to get violent at the get-togethers with family and friends. The saboteur from the lexicon, we'll talk about that, as well as something that we haven't talked about before, I don't think, the MeNots. I'll tell you all about it, the MeNots. We have a reading in chapter 52. We'll get to it this Sunday, equal treatment. Your questions and calls, and then there is this. I was working for an old farmer down south. He had a big piece of property, and on the back of that piece of property, he had a pond where he had planted some apple and orange trees. and around the banks and then out a little ways from the pond. One evening, I climbed in the back of the side-by-side and rode down to the pond with a 5-gallon bucket to get some fresh fruit. Just as I shut down the side-by-side, I heard some young female voices and laughter coming from the pond. Everything there was private property, so I walked over to the edge of the pond and found the shorts, shirts, and very lacy bras and panties of 3 women who were in the water skinny dipping. They were younger than they sounded, probably in their early 20s. When they saw me, they swam to the other side of the pond. I wasn't going to tell on them, but I'd get in trouble if they didn't leave. So I shouted out to them as I began to turn away, "Y'all better be gone by the time I'm done picking." But before I could finish the sentence, one of them shouted over me, "We ain't getting out until you leave." On private property. And they thought that they could just do whatever they want because they were young and hot. "Well, that's all right, ladies," I shouted back as I walked back to the pond's edge, firmly patting the bucket I was carrying. "Y'all do what you want. I'm just here to feed the gators." It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And we are going free here. Wonderful to be with such a cozy crew as all of you wonderful folks. Fantastic to be here. Hey, you may financially gift over the course of this gathering, as is always the case, over at Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. Odyssey, who kind of shadow bans us, if you'd like to be over there financially gifting at a cost of 15% to you, and Cash App as well. The URLs for all 3 of those are in the description below. Just put on your rappelling gear, head on over the side. Don't split your chin wide open, as somebody I know recently did free climbing, but nonetheless, head on down to that description. You can find those links. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if the sound is okay, if it's normal, if it starts to go weird. I will attend to it if the image is coming through beautifully. And what we are going to do right away is we're going to get started by taking a look at and celebrating and sending some 07s to our regular financial gifters who financially gift every single month without a single thought to it. There are a couple of platforms you can do that with. Many of these people also financially gift in addition to these, so they deserve extra 07s and extra raucous emojis and extra V's for victory. Why don't we throw in some V's for victory for these folks? This is the first Sunday of the month, and we are going to look at the honors roll call, beginning with the All-Stars and starting with the All-Star of All-Star, and that is Promethean Healing at the very top of that list. And then right up there also with the All-Stars are the great No White Guilt Clips. And so is George J. is up there in that list. Child of Lindbergh is one of those champions. So is the great Joseph. And also the splendid Final Blossom. And do we have any more in the All-Stars list? Let me see. Yes, we have... is it Honorous or Honorous as well? Big thank you to everybody in the All-Stars of our honors roll call. And we will continue with the rest of the list. Now we have a user 15B and user 5E4 and user CB5, as well as Gex and Mavrint as well. And Zanzak is over there. Mr. Walker is there. GM M Ian is also over there. User 426 is there. So is Greg A, and as well as Connor And continuing with our list, we have Mac and Checking on Jack and All-Star, as well as Ben and Wingit is over there. Save Western Civilization Now is one of the champs over there. We have, did we mention Child of Lindbergh as one of the All-Stars? And we have King Petrus and Brad C. over there as well. Yes, Child of Lindbergh, one of the All-Stars in our honors roll call. And JP is there. So is Happy Cat. DB Cooper is over there as well. And Michigan Wave. Moving on, we have Wayne is here. And so is JK is also over here. And we have WK Hendrickson and Scott M as well. All are here. Big round of raucous emojis. V's for victory. And 07 for salute to all of these champions. God bless every single one of you. Thank you so very much for this service to white well-being. And we love you all. And we appreciate your sacrifice and contributions. You may financially gift with a cryptocurrency if you would like to do so over at nowhyguilt.org. nowhyguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, you scroll down, there will be wallet addresses there. You can click on one of those and you can financially gift. Over the course of this previous week, there were no anonymous gifts. So we are going to move right along to our first story of today, and that is 800 people are now hunting alligator-eating pythons in Florida. Over 800 participants are searching for Burmese pythons in Florida's Everglades, competing to win thousands and thousands of dollars in cash to help relieve the national park from these invasive snakes. This is significant because every python removed is one less invasive species. Invasive species. Invasive. Kind of like having too many of the same thing in the same area and causing white erasure. Did I make that a little bit too obvious? This is significant because every python removed is one less invasive species preying on our native birds, mammals, and reptiles and white people, said Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis. Actually, I would have loved if she would have said in white people. During the opening ceremony. Can you believe it? The pythons are down there in Florida. They are displacing native species. They are eating native species. But then we have this. Disappointed remnants of People's Convoy are living in cars and vans in Washington, D.C. If you can believe that. Living in Washington, D.C. And Art Acrobats is saying he gifts 4 times a month. Yeah, those names that I read are people who are on the platforms where it's just automatically taken out of their accounts. And we want to acknowledge them because otherwise some of them don't get acknowledged since they're not financially gifting during a program. But yes, Art Acrobats, one of the champs, one of the superheroes in service to white well-being. What ended up happening, ladies and gentlemen? Remember, there were these big convoys, and they were in Canada, and they were in the U.S., and there were in convoys in Europe. And I said, and this is going to be so important to be able to dust our hands off with these kind of people moving forward. Good God in heaven! I'm sick of hearing from these people. Not a call. Looking at the phone right now. It's not ringing. Do you remember when these convoys got rolling and we said, well, it's a good thing people are upset, it's angry, but it's not going to go anywhere because they don't have our story to be a hero within. They're being a villain in the anti-white narrative, or they are being, if not a villain, they're being apologetically dissenting from the anti-white narrative and anti-white morality. And when you are in that position, you are in a feckless loser's slot, and you can never win if you are in a feckless loser's slot. And what ended up happening, of course, yours truly and many of you as well, who went out into the world, you could see the truth because we are in the advanced placement class, the AP class. Remember, if you are hearing me talk and you're like, oh, this doesn't make any sense at all. Am I in the right class? No, you're not in the right class. If this doesn't make any sense at all, then you need to go back down the hallway to the dum-dum class. And that's where you can do what dum-dums do. And they have been doing in the white sympathetic sphere for a long time. But you know what? You might see dum-dum people who were in the dum-dum classes heading this direction because they've figured it out, even if you haven't. But we got attacked. I got attacked personally. You got attacked, many of you, back when these convoys were rolling. And we said we needed to get them the go free method. And they said, what arrogance. What arrogance. Your way is not always the only way. These are people out doing things. They're driving. And they're occupying highways. They're at least doing something. You don't do anything, Jason. You all over there at the Go Free Method, you don't do anything. And I said, this is going to fizzle out. It's going to fizzle out. It won't accomplish anything. That's why we have to get to these people while they're pissed off, the Go Free Method. And yeah, some of them did. In fact, I had a Canadian truck driver write me about getting the Go Free Method, and it's changing everything for him as he's reading. Many other wonderful truck drivers, the exact same scenario, maybe not during this driving nonsense that ended up happening. Nonsense, not because in and of itself it was nonsense, but because you're not going to be able to be in the anti-white narrative and object to what they are doing with a slight disagreement, a slight deviation. Let me just poke my eyes out so I can't see color, conservative kind of cuckold type of thinking. No, you're not going to be able to do it. You've got to implement the Go Free Method. And it would be criminal of me to observe how successful it is and not tell the world. Well, guess what's not ringing? The phone. Guess what's not blowing up with messages from people who slandered the shit out of me, who said I was wrong, that these truckers were the only ones actually doing anything and that they were going to succeed and they were going to have these great. Well, we look here. According to a report from the Washington Post, a small group of diehard conservatives and Donald Trump supporters who took part in the so-called People's Convoy, what a dumb name too, by the way, have yet to go home and have been living in their cars and vans for weeks. Now that is sad. That is absolutely sad. Something this magnificent, something this glorious, as all of these angry Canadians, these angry Americans, getting in their rigs, angry white people getting on their tractors, getting on their earth movers, getting in and then driving and filling up the highway and driving into the cities and shutting things down. They should have all been empowered with the Go Free Method. That would have changed everything. Instead of all of these feckless loser interviews of how all their friends are non-white and they're not racist and on and on and on. And their son is actually attracted to other boys. So it's not about being against homosexuality. I mean, the kind of interviews that were shown were absolutely just retarded. They were retardist, like that phone booth. This is the bringing it back from the show, the retardist. The trucker convoy, also known as the 1776 Restoration Movement, was ostensibly organized to protest vaccine mandates, but gradually changed into a grab bag protest against the policies of President Joe Biden, which mostly dissipated as they were ignored and then dogged by accusations. I apologize about where the donations were going. Again, what a surprise! In June, trucking industry website FreightWaves, and make no mistake, too, it wasn't just the ordinary folks in the white sympathetic sphere attacking yours truly and getting it wrong as always. No, it was actually folks from further afield in the white sympathetic sphere who were saying, we're MAGA, we're conservatives, we're whatever, and we don't need your racism. We don't want any part of that. We don't want to hear any of that. Well, you are a loser. This is where losers end up. Now you're living in your truck. That's what ends up happening to you. In June, trucking industry website FreightWaves issued a special report stating that 1.8 million in donations had been taken. Of course, you could go on with whatever happened to the money. Whatever happened to the money indeed. How about something a little bit more fun? How about this? U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog is what enemy combatants fear more than anything else. Video claims. If I could only show you the video. Often called the Warthog, The A10 Thunderbolt, too, is frequently painted with teeth on its nose cone. Some experts contend that the A-10 Thunderbolt II, also known as A-10 Warthog, is the most feared fighter aircraft in the U.S. Air Force. One of its specific features seemed to dominate the discussion, but there are many others. Quote, the A-10 is perhaps the best known for its fearsome GAU-8 Avenger 30mm Gatling gun mounted on the nose, writes military.com. The GAU-8 is designed to fire armor-piercing depleted uranium and high-explosive incendiary rounds. Watch the brief video to learn about its other capabilities and see what you think. Well, wouldn't it be nice to be able to break out the A-10 Warthogs metaphorically on the anti-whites all in our midst and let them revel in the pleasure of its Gatling gun firing at full pace, nothing but love pellets all over the place, causing our brothers and sisters to rise to the one true doctrine that will take us from here to there, and the anti-whites to flee into the ocean, never to return again. We have, ladies and gentlemen, black entrepreneurs built beach havens in California. You remember we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Isn't it interesting that back around 1900 and moving all the way forward even, black entrepreneurs were somehow had money. Isn't that fascinating? Where did they get money from? I thought that they were just slaves. They somehow had money, and they somehow had enough of it to buy up big pieces of beachfront. Isn't that interesting? And then they somehow had money to construct resorts. Some of them built things. And then somehow it was legal for them to exclude everybody but black people. Isn't that a curious thing? I mean, the anti-white narrative would have us believe that even up to tomorrow, actually, blacks weren't allowed to do anything. And remember, when it comes to this hyper focus on black people, this is where anti-whitism will always bring you, and then it will connect other races of people to other non-white races to the black claims. And therefore, it becomes this whole non-white, this whole sort of non-white demon that has to, anti-white demon, that we have to appease, that we have to placate, that in the totality of our lives, we have to feel white guilt about, right? So let's see here. Let's see here about some of this. And I want to get into this counterfeiting credit as well. That's been going on over the past week as we are hitting the bottom of the first hour. Thank you all for being here. Please grab the URL and share it far and wide if you can, so that we can get some other folks in here. We know that we are being shadow banned even by some of these alternative platforms. Isn't it interesting? It's kind of like the anti-white psychological warfare warriors have identified that the psychological defense against their psychological warfare, and are not quite wanting that to reach the public. Other things they don't worry so much about, but this they are worried about. On September 30, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a law returning beachfront property to descendants of Willa and Charles Bruce, the black family. You remember this? We talked about this family who owned Bruce's Beach, a popular beach resort they built. I thought they didn't build anything in the early 1900s on Manhattan Beach. We have to look back to see if they actually constructed anything. Like other black entrepreneurs, their success was stolen through racist land grabs taken by eminent domain from the city council at the time. All right, so this is very interesting, right? Do you remember what this family did, the descendants? So they purchased a piece of property. Some of their ancestors purchased a piece of property. Did they build anything? I don't know. I guess it's up for dispute now. They purchased a piece of property. The city then, by way of eminent domain, paid them the going rate for that piece of property and took it from them for city usage, whatever that was, it was in the plan. Then, so they were compensated. They didn't want to sell the property, but nonetheless, they were compensated for it. Now, all these years later, white people in California who weren't on the city, who aren't the members of the city council who made the decision to implement eminent domain for the general good, white people now have to pay that the descendants. Not even Willa and Charles are not alive anymore. They were paid off for the property. But white people today have to pay the descendants of these people today. Today, do you see how this works? This is the anti-white narrative. It never ends. It never ends. Your descendants today will have to pay their descendants. Your descendants tomorrow, rather, will have to pay their descendants tomorrow. And then their descendants tomorrow will receive payments from your descendants the day after that. And on and on and on. It's the anti-white narrative until you get off of that story. Got it? In 1958, Silas White, a black... okay. Well, let me stop there for a second because I want to make sure everybody understands. The California took the property away that had been bought with eminent domain from Willa and Charles Bruce. It stole it from the people of California who paid for it, predominantly the white race, stole it from them, and then gave it to people whom it didn't belong to, people who were just related. And it was it the more black side of the family or the more white side of the Bruce family? I don't know which one they ended up giving it to. But they ended up giving it to these people. And then what did these people do? No, they don't want to do anything productive on it or with it. No, they're just going to lease it back to the white race. That's what they're doing in California. So that is hardcore theft. That is absolutely hardcore theft. They're not doing anything productive with the land that was just stolen and give it to them. No, they're just going to say, well, now you all can pay us for it every month. How does that sound? White race. So now we're going to jump into a different black family. These kinds of stories are extremely important because you have the anti-white narrative, which stipulates it's always distracting you from the anti-white present. We're going to talk about that. Always distracting you from the anti-white present to talk about some sort of self-serving fiction from the past or fictionalized events of reality from the past. That's always what they do. They can't point to any of it today, any of the harm and the discrimination and the et cetera going on today, except to say that it's invisible in the institutions and you can't actually find it. You can't actually measure and quantify it. You can't actually find where policies are being implemented to discriminate against non-white people, but you can find it ubiquitous, discriminatory against the white race. Ubiquitous everywhere you look. An anti-white morality that informs every code, law, the application of these things, not just the creation, but the daily application of these things to destroy the lives of white people, to ruin the time invested for white people. Let me ask you, for those who don't think a lot on your own, what do you think happens to white people, young white people, when they watch older white people, and I'm not talking about seniors, but older white people who studied their asses off, who worked their asses off, who gave their time, who paid their dues, who have the innate talents, and then on the basis of their race are denied the job, the school placement, the promotion, the government contract, the loan to start a business? What happens to all those millions and millions of young white people? They decide, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to get educated. I'm not going to invest myself. I'm not going to pay my dues because I'm just going to be denied. Do you see the domino effect that this has? How it ruins a people? You know, right now, and more so as we walk forward in time, you will be able to see anti-whites pointing to actual ruinous, degenerate, squalid, abject white masses and say, look at them. They don't do anything. White race has never done. This has always been the white race. No, you have engendered the creation of these mobs of white people that are not going to try, who are not going to invest, who are not going to bring their intelligence, their creativity, that creativity that we have seen all around planet Earth, the inventions, and you can go ahead and do the research yourself, where the vast majority of them have come from. That creativity sitting fallow, using some sort of drugs shipped in by the communist Chinese pieces of shit. And these anti-whites will be able to say, look at all those whites who don't want to do anything. Of course they don't want to do anything because they see it doesn't matter how much you invest, no matter how hard you try, you're not going to get the job, the promotion, the placement, the loan, the business loan, the etc., based on your race to victimize you. And then you have these collateral beneficiaries of all of these different colors who are happy to just sidle up like a bunch of hungry dogs out in the wheel, just running up to the side of hungry rabbits, just running up on that rabbit island out there outside of Japan, and they're just begging for food. And they have it to hand out because they've been victimizing white people everywhere that you can look. 1958. It is important to remember these sorts of things when you're in conversations. You use this to introduce the key concepts of white well-being, of the Go Free method. You don't just give this news as the thing in and of itself. And we've been having some conversations on Twitter and Gab, and I'll tell you about it. We'll get to them, if not today, in some roll-in going free, because these kinds of things need to be addressed. White people, and this other thing I just learned from the great Franklin, that is being used by Torba on Gab, this anti-christism. I'm going to have to destroy that. I'm going to have to take a stick of dynamite and shove it so far up its ass that when it goes off, there isn't even a memory of that idiocy. We'll get into that in a minute. It's important to remember because in the anti-white narrative, non-white people, particularly black people, have never been allowed to do anything, have never been allowed to have a job, to earn money, to get ahead, everything that they've ever done. Somehow, magically, they force their way into all of our institutions. It's not white people inviting them in. It's that somehow the white people could keep them out, but then somehow they just forced their way in. Not because white people invited them in, which is exactly what happened. But you can see the truth of the history in the U.S. here. And this is the same across the Western world, where the anti-white narrative, as fictionalized as it can be, as false, it is as real as fucking Star Wars, all right? Don't ever live a day in the anti-white narrative once you start implementing the Go Free method. You got it? None of it is real. None of it. 1958, Silas White, a black entrepreneur, set out to transform his dream. Well, how did he do that in the 1950s in America? I thought they were all getting lynched. I thought they were all getting strung up in trees. I thought they were all being hunted down. I thought they weren't allowed to learn how to read or write or sing or dance or proselytize or nothing. They weren't allowed to do anything, right? I mean, that's what, when you're a little white baby, that's what you're told in school. And then you learn to hate yourself real good. You grow up in a world and you think, well, they weren't allowed to do anything. 1950s, United States, opening a black beach club on the Santa Monica shore. So this Silas White had money. He was a businessman, an entrepreneur, black. White people allowing this. You remember, and we have to set the record straight every time. White people build Western civilization. We built these United States. We allowed other people to participate. They just didn't participate. White people, if you were in China, I want you to think about this for a minute. If Silas White were in China, would Silas White be able to be a businessman, entrepreneur, if the Chinese did not allow him to be? If the Chinese did not say, hey, Silas, come on, go ahead. Here's your business license. Here is, you can own property. You can buy property. You can. If the Chinese said, no, we're not going to let Silas do anything, Silas would not have done anything. That holds true for every race and every country on planet Earth, even the white ones. You got it? If Silas had been in Vietnam and Silas said, I'm going to be a black entrepreneur here, and the Vietnamese said, no, you're not, he wouldn't have been. Got it? The Vietnamese would have to say, yeah, sure, here's your license. Yeah, sure. In fact, I'll tell you how to do it so that because you're not going to know how to fill out this paperwork or anything. So I'll tell you how to figure this out. We got a lot of Latin words in here. I don't know if that's true in Vietnam or China, but it's certainly true in the West. And we'll tell you what all this means. So Silas had to be helped because everyone has to be helped into a new system. As smart as I am, if I go to China, some Chinese person could be a total midget wit, and I would need their help filling out their paperwork. Okay? That's if they would allow me to do anything and own anything in China. You got it? That's what happened in these United States. That's what happened in every white country. So where is the fucking thank you? No, it's nothing but complaints. That's the anti-white narrative way. That's the way of the anti-white narrative, because their objective is to victimize you and me. And to do that, they need us to lower our guard. They need us to not be like no white guilt. That's how they need us. 1955. And not only did he have the right, I mean, can you imagine this? And the help to be an entrepreneur, a businessman, and the right and the privilege, and as I say, the help to be able to do this. He was able, as were other black entrepreneurs, to start 100% black beach resorts. There were 100% black beach businesses in these United States in the 1950s, according to these anti-whites. All black. White people, you're not allowed. But wait a second. When I was a kid, I saw all about this. White people got a water fountain, and then white people also made black people a water fountain and said, hey, you can't drink from our water fountain, but we made you another water fountain, and you can drink from that one. And the white people even said, well, we built a school. That's our school for our kids. We'll build a school for your kids as well. And then you can put your kids in that school that we build for you and your kids. That seems mighty nice to white people. But we were taught how evil the white race is, because there were businesses, maybe a laundromat that said, oh, no, no blacks in here. Maybe an eatery that said, oh, no blacks here. We were told that white people were the most evil things to grace planet Earth as a consequence. How about this? How evil the white people were? I would say they weren't good either. They were dumb is what they were. In a country created by white people, Western civilization that only exists in white people said, not only can you, a member of another race, be a businessman or woman, start a business, but you can also exclude us in our own country. Did you learn about that in elementary school? Were you taught about the black business owners? According to these anti-whites here, the high country news, according to them, black people in the United States, non-white people. So, if it were true for blacks, then it would be true for Jews. It would be true for Asians. It would be true for Hispanics. If one group can do it, then they all are doing it, right? Were you told that white people allowed non-white people to be businessmen and women and to start businesses that excluded us in our country? Would you be able to go to China and start a business? First of all, if I were to go to China, would they let me be an entrepreneur and businessman in China? Now, I'm not talking about investing from the outside. I'm talking about me moving to China and saying, I'm just opening shit up, and I have cheap contacts in other countries so that I can import widgets and everything, and you all can't compete with me, and I'm going to start bringing it in. I'm going to undercut the Chinese businessmen here, and I'm going to do fabulously well because of it. You think the Chinese are going to allow me to start a business? A white guy from America? No, they're not going to let me move over there and do that. Undercut their businesses, start to dominate their environment. How much less likely do you think it is that the Chinese people or the Vietnamese people, if this were to be done back in the day in Vietnam, that they would say, oh yeah, and you can exclude our people from your businesses. You can discriminate against our people in your businesses, Jason. What do you think the odds are that the Chinese would allow that? 0. Let's continue. He would call it Ebony Beach Club, and he pictured it becoming one of the finest establishments in America for, quote, the accommodation and comfort of my people. This is the 1950s United States. He wrote in a letter to prospective members. Here, black members could lounge in luxury in the main entrance's exquisite bar, be entertained at the jazz stage, or take a leisurely dip in a crystal clear pool. Now, this is back in the 1950s. Today, all non-white events, channels, magazines, beauty pageants, etc., for different races that exclude white people, award ceremonies. At my junior high school, where I wrote Crucible, They had awards for the whole school that included non-white people, and then they had awards specifically for non-white people that white kids could not win. Nowadays, it's everywhere, and we're still told that we are guilty of this horrible treatment of non-white people. It is a fiction that these bastards live in. Not only in the present, now you're told, well, they deserve to have all of these radio networks, television stations. They deserve to have all of these slews of magazines for all these newspaper slews for just their people. You can't do anything. Beauty pageants for just their groups because they were so oppressed in the past. Were they? Were they so oppressed? I mean, I'm looking at the 1950s, and they already had their a non-white only club where white people couldn't show up. You know what happened to the white people that would show up at the door of one of these places? They would say, go to your jazz bar, go to your beach, go to your club. That's what would happen. Somehow that's okay. They could lounge in exquisite jazz, dip in a crystal clear pool. They could take a leisurely dip in a crystal clear pool. White had plans for exclusive golf tournaments. Now, remember, white is his surname for the black gentleman. Exclusive golf tournaments, talent shows, fishing trips, and all happening at a unique venue where black residents could indulge in the social enjoyment, recreation, and entertainment that they were denied at white clubs, beach clubs in Santa Monica. Yeah, I wonder how many of those, by the way, of course, in this anti-white filth rag online, everywhere they say black, it's capital B. Anywhere they say white, lowercase y, because you don't exist if you're white unless they're victimizing you. Let's move on. They got a picture of Silas here, and Silas is a very whitish looking black guy, but he's a black guy. And I will honor his identification as a black man. We jump down, maybe have to revisit this at some other time, but we got this sketch here, and I wonder what this is all about. But the same racist policies. Oh yeah, these white clubs. I wonder how many of them were actually Jewish. I wonder, so often they're like, look at all the white stuff you have. Look at all the white guys in charge, and you're like, oh really, really? They have a sketch here, and around the same time, black investors. Okay, and the following black investors. So you're talking here about these wealthy black investors. How did they exist in 1940s? How did they exist? The 1940s, wealthy black investors. The memory of this is one of many reasons Jefferson, who's Jefferson? Where's this coming from? Is this Jefferson moving on up? Remember that show? What was that? The 80s? And they were acting like black people finally getting a chance in the world. That's what George Jefferson was always about. Really, George, you're a little late. Silas whooped your ass to the finish line. The memory of this is one of many reasons Jefferson is determined to preserve the historic and cultural sites of marginalized communities in California. She does her part to reclaim that history from the National Register of Historic Places. She's also created curricula and grade school lessons with the University of California, Los Angeles, in order to teach some of this storied past in ethnic studies classes. The hope is that it will eventually be approved and taught in classrooms to further highlight the voices of people of color in American history. Okay, so more and more to white children, to make them hate themselves, to make them get into the presence of their parents and cry and bawl and throw a tantrum and beg that they aren't white. Ask, am I going to always have to be white? All of these videos that we see over and over again from white children, perfectly fine. Nobody's going to connect the dots for them. Nobody's going to tell these white babes. They're only going to tell them, look at how much harm you've done to non-whites. Look at how much harm your people have done to non-whites. In the same park as Jefferson's installation showcasing the history of African Americans in Santa Monica is a sculpture and time capsule designed by artist April Banks. Inside are students' reimaginings of White's Ebony Beach Club drawings. Compiled from a class she taught in January, Banks said she was drawn to highlight White's work because it asserts a simple but powerful truth. Quote, "We as Black people have the right to enjoy recreation in luxury too." What? So wait, the basic fundamental right that's being asserted in Banks' work is that Black people have the right to enjoy recreation in luxury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is equity. This is what the anti-whites mean by equity. When they talk about equity in schooling and in grades, that means lowest common denominator. You cannot go beyond that. Everybody has that. That means you've got to retard and hold back the high achievers. When they talk about equity in healthcare, that is to say that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. When they talk about the right to recreation in luxury, that's to say that no white person can have recreation that is more luxurious than the recreation enjoyed by non-white people. That is your destiny if you stay within the anti-white narrative. The funny thing that about this, I'm going to have to put this up maybe the next time we get together on a roll-in going free, the sketch that they have here. Who artist rendering of the Ebony Beach Club. Oh no. This is very interesting. Yes, I will have to share this in a roll-in or maybe next Sunday, because this is the artist rendering of what the Ebony Beach Club would look like, and you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. Let's go ahead, and I want to talk about in the final 6.5 minutes or so. This past week we had, and it's an important thing. It's an important issue that we need to that we need to occasionally touch upon, so that we don't continue to make these mistakes. We don't continue to follow fool's gold, if you will. And that is, over this past week, the Republicans had their primary, had some primaries across the United States. And you have in the Republican Party, I mean, the reason why was it Cheney is talking about in articles about how sick the Republican Party is, because you have dissidents under the umbrella of Donald Trump. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. And a policy direction that Donald Trump has named America First. Not the same thing as a late night TV or not TV, but internet show with the same name. And these politicians and wannabe politicians getting the endorsement of Donald Trump, and therefore appealing to the masses of Trump voters in their areas, carrying that same policy principle, that sort of guiding star of America First, not the show, a policy guiding principle, did very well. And many of them did very well. Well, what ends up happening in the white sympathetic sphere is that we had people, and I went ahead and I checked various places on the internet, and you have people who are not just effectively, I'm going to say effectively, but 100% no different than sports ball fans, doing nothing whatsoever. The content creators for these people doing nothing. They are no different than sports ball fans. And anybody who's going to complain and say, come on, Jason, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't say anything about that, you don't see the bigger picture. You don't see the fact that we need doers to make change. We need people to embrace the struggle to make change. We cannot permit in our midst a tolerance of being a political fan. People who are fans of politics influence politics no more than a sports ball fan does watching the game from home. At least at the stadium, you can scream and you can shout and you can potentially make enough noise to interfere with the opposing team. And sometimes in American football, there are 11 people on each side of the ball during the game. And if you're a home team, they will refer to the crowd as the 12th man because they can yell and sometimes make the other team make errors and cause the other team make errors and things of this nature. Political fans are not even doing that much. They are like the football fan, the soccer fan, the baseball fan, the hockey fan sitting at home and screaming at the television and applauding at the television. Then they come into work with their chests puffs out. Just talk about sports ball fans for a moment. We all are disgusted by them. Why are we disgusted by them? Well, one of the reasons why is this sickening vicarious life through these teams. A total waste of time. They're not doing anything. They're not participating. They're just wasting their money. But they'll come into work with supreme arrogance. Bumptious bastards is what they are. They come in all bumptious after the team that they like has won. Their team full of athletes who are giving their time, their energy, injecting themselves with sports-enhancing drugs that could potentially interfere with their health then and or in the future. You have the team owners and advertisers and all spending shit tons of money, making more than many more tons than that, but spending tons of money, working day and night so that the owner, he wants or she wants to make money. The coach and the team, they want to win games, and they work their asses off to achieve those objectives. And the fan is just he is the product. He is because he's getting bilked. His time is being sold in front of commercials during the games, and then he's also buying the paraphernalia. He's the product. He's the service. He's the dupe, and he doesn't know it. And there, when I say he, it's also the she's, because there are plenty of she sports ball fan idiots out there as well. Don't continue to be a sports ball fan because you're doing nothing. You're wasting your life. It's pathetic. And to my mind, we need to couple to the idea of the sports ball fan, the political fan. Just as you have a sports junkie, and that comes from being on drugs, being a junkie, you have a political junkie. These people are doing nothing. Their content creators are doing nothing. And I'm not going to say that they're doing something. I'm not going to say that by being a fan of politics is doing something. It's doing no more than the sports ball fan is doing for the team that he or she cheerleads for from the easy chair. The problem is, when it comes to politics, socio-political activities, is that we need many of these people, not all of them, because some of them are going to be such midget wits, they're just going to be fans. Get them some pom-poms and some drugs, and they'll be fine. Some porn, they'll be fine. But we're going to need some of them. We cannot continue to have, as you have with sports ball, and thank God COVID came along and detonated sports ball fandom. Thank God. Because you had millions and millions of healthy, capable, able, robust white men wasting their lives away watching sports ball at home. They got that. You hear it every time a game is on. You hear them shouting from outside their houses, sitting in their recliners, eating themselves into a stupor, eating and drinking themselves into a stupor, instead of giving a damn about what's happening in our country, in our countries all the way around the world, Western civilization. No concern whatsoever. Same thing holds true for the political junkie, the political fan. All they do is they sit back and they say, we love our guy, we dislike their guy. And then, like this past week, when these dissident Republicans under Donald Trump, the rubric of Donald Trump, the umbrella of Donald Trump, the aegis of Donald Trump, did well in the primaries, all of these different groups, and they have all of these different names for their followers. It's clearly the exact same as sportsball. It is making use of the exact same phenomenon that sportsball does, with their little mascots running around on the field. You have mascots running around on these political junkie shows. And I'm sick and tired of seeing this. They continue to grow. You had these people show up and they're calling their followers by the names of their mascot, and they're saying, "We did it. This was a big victory for the Badgers." And you're like, the Badgers? I'm not going to say any specific groups of people because they'll be embarrassed and then they'll hate me because they're fucking stupid and they've fallen for it instead of being adults. The white race is just pathetic as all. I mean, how many of the white race would be acceptable to those periods in history? How many individual white men and women would be acceptable to those periods in white Western history that we look up to and we say, that is an amazing period? That's a period we have to emulate. How many of those periods would have any of us these days? I mean, could you imagine Alexander the Great? Could you imagine in these different periods in history, some of them more, some of them less remote, what they would do when these unwashed turds washed up on their shores and said, I'd like to be a part of your white revolution. I'd like to be a part of the white nobility here. Are you joking? Are you joking? You're pathetic. They're like, we the Badgers, we the Muskrats did it. It was a giant muskrat victory. It was a giant six-lined lizard victory that we had. We did it. It's a huge celebrate. It's a big victory that we had. They didn't do anything. It is a sickness that needs to be interrupted. It needs to be mocked. It needs to be ridiculed the exact same way that sports ball fans are ridiculed. Political fans are doing nothing. They're wasting their life. They're giving their dollars over. They're giving their time over. You know, they have, just like the political or the sports ball fan has the team's flag on the wall. These little groups have their own flags too, with their mascot on it. That's fucking childish. That is fucking pathetic. They are being led every bit, and mark my words down on this day. They are being led down dead-end alleys the exact same way our people with conservative leadership have been led down blind alleys again and again and again. And then you know what will happen in the future? As the white race gets smaller and as our influence gets smaller and smaller, these folks who are white negative will look back in time at the six-line sinks or the whatever Gila monster lizard and the Badgers and the Bears and the whatever. We'll look back at them and they'll say, oh, that other race over there did it. They were funding them the whole time. Let me go back and dissect all of the way that they funded those groups to guide our race down these dead-end alleys. This was the internet age of what had been done repeatedly to the white race with the conservative movement et al. This is how they did it, and they just financed it all, and it ended up being, that's what the white negatives will be saying. And you know whose fault it was? Ours. Because too many of you out there heard people like me and those others who were implementing the Go Free method saying, ridicule these fuckers before it's too late, mock them, make sure everyone knows that they're not doing anything. They don't do it unless you're actually doing something. You're not doing anything. Cheerleading is not doing something. Saying we've got to get out there and we've got to win over these crowds. And the we is the exact, and they're talking for the politician. It's the exact same thing as a sports ball fan saying we have to pass more rather than hand off. The team we're going to be facing has a great run defense. So what we have to do is we have to get the ball in the air more often. We have to have some more of these 15, 30-yard pass routes rather than we passing off or handing the ball off or a quick sweep or whatever it might be against this very powerful run defense. We have to do that. And then when the game comes, the election comes, and the team we like wins in the game, and then the politician that we were liking wins in the primary, then the folks say, well, we did it. We passed more. This is a fucking mental illness. Get off your asses and mock these people so that folks will stop joining their ranks, so that they will come away from what they're doing, so that they will come away and do something productive before it's too late. God damn, I'm sick of it. You know what I'm saying is true. Nobody picking up the phone to apologize for how right I was once again. And it'll be the same here if we don't interrupt this process that continues unabated again and again and again.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
wonderful place. Everything I've been through, they can't take that away. I'm not talking destination, but it's all where you're at. So no matter where I go to, my mind is intact. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. Sweet enough to make you cry, thinking of the sacrifices, the men who laid down their lives to give us endless chances. Regardless what you say, my people left them all, and there's so much more to create. So onward we march, 'cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. I'm a man of the West, no matter how far. And if you feel me, brother, you know who you are. You are a man of the West, even across the sea. That fire spirit's in me. Upon the highest mountain, still me. Or wherever I'll be, I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And though I've been blessed to be a man of the West, I'm a man of the West, even across the sea. Upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be, I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And though I've been blessed to be a man of the West.
All right, let me know how the audio is. That was RC The Realist, a brand new song, magnificently done. I was really moved by that the first time I heard it the other day. Big thank you to Mr. V for bringing that to my awareness. We have wonderful people here in service to white well-being who are doing things, who are changing their worlds, who are changing, therefore, the world around them and the totality of planet Earth for us in service to white well-being. Wonderful folks. Please, let's get a round of raucous emojis, applause, 07s to RC The Realist for that wonderful piece. It's great to see everybody with us. I'm going to take a look at your comments and make sure that you tag me as No White Guilt, No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt in the live chats so that I have a greater opportunity or potential to see your comment, question, or you want to say something objectionable, disagree. Just be respectful, and we will let that happen so that I can then show you how you're wrong and or learn something from you. Who knows? But nonetheless, yeah, give me some feedback on how the mic is doing. Great to see everybody over there at D Live and one of the platforms censoring us. Big hello to everybody over there at Odyssey, another platform censoring us. And I will be getting to the comments and questions, financial gifts right now. Let's just have a look and see. Odyssey, are you censoring us tonight? Well, yes, they are. What a surprise. What a surprise. Wonder why Odyssey would censor us. Let's go ahead and have a look. And we had early on in the gathering tonight, we had, do you all get what I'm saying about this? Political fans. It is the exact same formula. I don't know that all of these different content creators in the white sympathetic sphere who have turned these giant audiences of theirs into just a bunch of junkies, into a bunch of fans that do nothing. If they thought that ahead of time, or they just fell into doing what worked. Somebody could actually take a list of sportsball and the sort of accoutrements and norms and the formula for fans, and then do the same thing with these political fans, and it's going to match all the way down to having mascots, a mascot name. It's a disease. It's a disease. And our people, their time being occupied that way is just as deleterious as the time being occupied watching what are the Washington Redskins now? The Commanders, whatever they're called. It's just a big waste of time. I worked in politics for years. So I can tell you that the people who just watch politics and say, when their side wins and when their side doesn't, those people do nothing. They do nothing. You get at them again and again and again, and it is very difficult to get them to do anything. Just as difficult. Could you imagine getting a fan of the Washington whatevers to get out and train to run bleachers. Oh yeah, the season's coming up. You want to watch the games and be a part, you're going to have to run bleachers. They would say, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I can't run 4 feet. Okay, well then just go back to being a blob of jello. Shut your mouth. That's what these political junkies are. So we cannot tolerate it. That's all. That's all there is to it. We can't tolerate it. We can't pretend like these people are doing something. And what actually is ending up happening is because of numbers, because people in the white sympathetic sphere, content creators, organization leaders, are regrettably, they fall too far of our greats, even when they're quite bright, even when they're uber midwits, they fall quite a distance from what we consider the best of our folk. They are being absorbed by these groups because since they're just midwits or uber midwits, all that they can look at is number of seats in the asses, or asses in the seats, apology. And that could translate as sub count or this or that sorts of things. That's all they look at. The substance of what's being discussed and what's being done and whether or not that can succeed over any sort of a long haul, totally immaterial. Whether it's dangerous or deleterious, totally immaterial to these people. Just asses in the seats. And then they want to be a part of it. So it's got to be interrupted by heroes. Or like I said before, I'll just say one more time. After we suffer this final defeat and there's nothing left but white remnants hiding here and there, there'll be these white negative people who will come along and they'll say, well, you're doing something if you talk about this other group and how evil they are. And let me just tell you about how they funded these different mascot groups. Go to hell. It was our fault because we allowed it to happen. Always an excuse with those people. Never take any personal response. I would fire your ass like this. Anybody that talked like that, have an excuse always. It's always somebody else. It's always something else. The bottom line is, at work, in warfare, for the survival of Western kind, the bottom line is success or no success. Excuse is irrelevant. I don't want your fucking excuse. I don't allow myself to have excuses. I don't want your excuse. Don't come to me and say, well, this other group, fuck you, shut up. You want to talk about some other group? You're fired. They can do all they want. We have to succeed. We have to recapture our destiny. But this other group, you're fired. There's going to have to come a day. This really just pisses me off. It's going to have to come a day when we are so intolerant and aggressive that this sort of shit can't survive. It can only hide on the internet and in the darkness. It can't survive in the light of day. That's going to be the only way. I mean, do you really think for a minute? Do you think for a minute that Jason Kuna is going to get 50 years old, 60 years old, and then say, well, we could have done it, but there were these other, and the people were just they loved doing nothing and being a fan of politics. And so, oh, well, you really think that's going to happen? Would Achilles have behaved that way? Would Alexander the Great behave that way? Sometimes it's that shaming that's necessary. And we have a wonderful lady here. You all know her well. She got in first and foremost. I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $5. God bless you, sister. And she writes, for white well-being. I'm sorry, it's actually $15. $15 from I Love Jesus Christ for white well-being. God bless you, sister. Thank you so very much. Such a champion. Let's swivel around to here, and we have the great Yiz, the eunuch and unifier, another champion that's not putting up with excuses or cowardice. You know, we might the statue that I have built to Yiz is going to be one of the first, because I want her statue up there to be an affront to all of these tough guys with all of their tough talk, especially like this past week. I had to put up with it again, going after my latest ad on Gab to warn people, actually warning people. I'm paying a lot of money for these ads. And here you have people from the white sympathetic sphere, of course they're white negative, and they are, with their time and lack of IQ points and mendacity and evil, they are endeavoring to turn people off from the Go Free method. Think about that. So we have anti-whites ahead of us with all of their power, all of their wealth, doing everything they can to prevent us from growing. And then this incessant onslaught from all of these little, I'm going to tell you in a moment, we're going to talk about them, and we're going to change this for good, because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. You know, none of these people would meet up with me in person to have a full contact conversation about this. But busily out there on Gab trying to warn people while I'm spending money. Scum. So they like to talk big. It's got to be all violent. It's got to be, you know, if you're not going to be violent, you're not going to take on the government, you're not going to be talking about murdering people, well then it's no good. And so they take particular offense to successful women. And I, for my part, as you hear me talk about all the time, I will criticize the shit out of women. And at the same time, women know that they're going to get a fair shake from me, because when they are awesome, they are awesome. I acknowledge it. And Yiz is one of those champs to the moon and back again. She has a $20 financial gift. So let's get those 07s up, please, for this champ. $20 US from this hero. Raucous emojis. Let's get some V's for victory for Yiz as well. That's wonderful. God bless you. So, and think about this, folks. I might talk about this thing a little bit more on Gab. I'm not going to name anybody specifically or any group specifically, but think about this for a moment. What we are doing here. If you watched on Friday, we had the after party with the great Jared George was with us, co-host on the after party, true champ. And we had Dean Danger, Brant Danger. He's troll slaying tonight as a moderator. We love him. And building out, he's got a wonderful team, building out School of the West, biggest of its kind on planet Earth. All right? Biggest of its kind on planet Earth, doing wonderful things. We have all of these people doing great things. All of these champs doing great things. Metaphorically, if you think about this, building a town. We are building a town. It's virtual, and at points and times it will be physical here and there. But just for the purpose of the conversation for a moment, indulge me if you will, that all of our efforts are the creation of a town. So we are out there with our hammers and we're hammering away, and we are laying the foundations, and we're making sure that this is something that's going to stand. This is something that's going to last. This is something built on granite, not built on sand. The granite being the Go Free method, right? And we have to endure incessant attacks from one side by anti-whites. They're attacking the town. Anti-whites come all the time. They attack the town. They throw arrows into the town. They throw flaming boulders into the town. They do all that kind of stuff. But that's not the only people who are attacking the town. White sympathetics also are attacking us. You see, when these folks show up, when I make arguments, as I tried to explain to these folks, as I try to all the time, try to be more diplomatic. And I'm doing my best. And we should be diplomatic. When I try to explain to them, I make an argument for why a particular endeavor or way or vehicle is faulty, because I see it fail, and I don't want people to fail. And then I make an argument for why the Go Free method works, and I can point to the successes of the Go Free method. You are free to make an argument about why your way will work. Go ahead and make an intellectual argument about why your way will work, and more importantly, demonstrate it. Prove to everybody how wrong I am. Show it working like we show the Go Free method working again and again and again and again and again in all of these different circumstances. Do that for everybody, rather than slandering me, rather than the calumnies about me, the calumny about me, because and this community, because all that is that they're doing, these white sympathetics that are supposed to be these, many of them call themselves Aryans and this sort of names. And there are even other ones out there that they think sound scarier and more prestigious. They act like the riffraff of the world. There's no discussion about why their methods work and then a demonstration of how it works. It's just endless poisoning of the well. It's endless. Jason is horrible. The people who are implementing the Go Free method are horrible. Don't go near them. Let me warn you off about them. That's what they do. That is just like them physically attacking the physical town we are building. And maybe that begins to put it together for you if you haven't thought about it this way before. You can think of it, we have a town and we don't have a flag, but you can imagine we have all of our different national flags are up and in our town, and we're building the town. And then you have a group attacking us, and they've got a banner with it says anti-whitism on it, and they're attacking us. And then from the other side, you have people with different banners because many of these groups, of course, the first thing they do is they make a flag, right? And so there's these white sympathetic groups, and they're showing up physically attacking us, physically setting the buildings that we are constructing on fire. Think about that for a minute. That's what we have to deal with. Yiz the Eunuch, $20 financial gift writes here, weekly folk tithe to check if you got my email about the Mises trip. I haven't seen it yet. One of the gentlemen wanted a copy of Go Free to read before he interviews me about the Go Free method, and I told him I'd have you send him a signed copy. Done. I'll make that happen. That's going to happen right away. I emailed you the details and his mailing address, and hopefully this helps with cost and shipping, Kip. Well, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. This is wonderful that you're engaged in these conversations, this interview, that these people are willing to talk with you, and that you are as effective as you are for white well-being. God bless you. Thank you so much, Yiz, for the financial gift and for doing this, reaching out to these people and making a difference, a big difference a tangible difference in the world. Magnificent. Thank you. And then we have keep your 07s out for the great ForNull. Troll slang right now, also financially gifting. And as you know, many talented individual, many tours de force to this gentleman's credit and service to white well-being. Grateful for his championing of the one true cause that can warrant the sacrifice of our lives, and that is white well-being. $25 financial gift. ForNull says, thanks for all you do, brother. Our community is kicking ass, and you are leading the charge like a real champion. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's, folks, we're making it happen. We are making it happen, and we're not going to stop. I mean, you see these groups, they go out and they'll like troll the like CPAC and things like that. Well, maybe to continue the growth that we are, very slow, steady growth that we have going on now, maybe I will have to troll the trolls. Maybe I will have to go to these places and troll the trolls. Because Lord knows, in many of these cases, I could be alone against 20 of them. and would, if it came to physicality, would stomp a shit out of all of them. You know it. And their bodyguards. All right. We had one over here, at least on Odyssey. We have a library token gift of 100 tokens over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much to Nationalism TV. And he's given the name of a website of replacement great dash hyphen replacement.com. He says is a good introduction website for this stuff. Well, we don't actually agree with this title, Great Replacement. And Biospirit of the West pointed out something very important, and we'll be addressing that today as well in this Go Free lesson, which we are in right now, the Go Free lesson of the day. But I know the material there is almost assuredly going to be decent material. I've never seen it, but I'm guessing it's good. And thank you very much for bringing our attention to it. We have also, what does this say? This is from The West is the Best over there on Odyssey, writes, give an applause for Jason once again for hosting his awesome show, because we are in the service of white well-being. Amen. And God bless you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It is a lot of time, and it takes a lot of time. If you knew how long it took, it would probably be embarrassing for me. But it is, every minute is worth it. So let's get into this Go Free lesson of the day. Republicans whine. Now this was a story on Twitter, and I might be able to put this up on. How can we do this? Maybe I can put it up over here. Let's close that. Relevant people. It's showing myself as a relevant person. That's interesting. Okay, we have it. It is this white student transmission, another great champion in service to white well-being, had shared an article, and some others were sharing this article. White student transmission shares it, and it is from the LA Times. It's just a short, extremely short piece, a letter to the editor from I think it was a Japanese descended person, was it not? And the title is Republicans Whine About Anti-White Racism. Now remember, we never use anti-white racism, ever. You never couple this anti-white slur, racism that defeated Western civilization with anti-white. You want to correct this author, reach out to this author. This author is anti-white. This author is using anti-white racism because he or she is in the anti-white narrative. They hear people talking about, it's a great sign of victory, and it's a perfect example of all of my predictions that we would be able to get the anti-whites to use the words, to use the concepts that we have put out there. They will be using all of them. Pardon me. Another proof of the Go Free method. And that one of the first stages that and same thing, remember, you all who have been here for at least 5 years and people who have been with me longer than that, you will be aware that this was something that we said would take place for both Republicans and Democrats. They're all inside the anti-white narrative. So when they begin hearing and using anti-white, one of the first natural steps is to cobble, like you're sewing the arm of a rotted corpse onto the body of a child, this anti-white slur, racist, onto the end of anti-white. So it's a great sign. We see them going the direction we anticipate and want. All we need to do is get to these people and say, it's anti-whitism. It's not anti-white racism. Get it right. Now, anti-whites are going to be more inclined to heed you than are people who consider themselves Republican or are Republican voters. So this person, this anti-white Japanese person, if we could get to that person and say, oh, it's anti-whitism, why can't you get this right? This is what we complain about, anti-whitism. The very next time this person writes, he or she will write anti-whitism. They're complaining because they want to mock it, right? They want to mock, they want to use what you are calling it. Why do I have to explain this so many? You know how many times I've had to explain these things over the years? I feel like I'm the only living person in the world, and I'm standing in front of a mountain's wall, and I'm talking to the stone, the granite, and I'm explaining it over and over to the granite. Kind of like when in the Lord of the Rings movie, they were trying to get in, there was like a magical tunnel, entrance to a tunnel, and it was just stone, and they couldn't get in. And the wizard kept trying again and again with all of these different spells or whatever he was doing, and nothing was working. That's what I feel like. And then what's worse is, you know, the wizard, eventually one of the little people come up and say, well, what about this? And so the wizard says it, and it opens up. But if we were to continue the analogy, immediately the rest of the crew that were with the wizard would come up and say, you didn't do that. Psst, we're walking in. That's to continue the analogy. Bunch of high class folks, high class. So anyhow, we had a couple of responses to this that I wanted to address. Maybe I won't bother trying to, maybe just seeing my handsomeness on the screen will be enough for you all. We had a couple, and I wanted to speak about this. So we had originally connected to this. Well, I'll just stick with that for 1 minute. All right, we'll just stick with that. So we had this short piece written back to the LA Times. Republicans whine about anti-white racism. Who's being a snowflake now? So what the author is doing is the author is mocking, ridiculing the suffering of white people. Now, we had Maurice over on Twitter with a magnificent response, just taking the words right out of my mouth. I loved it. Maurice writes here, when anti-whites do this, always call them out for their attempts to mock the victimization of Western kind, especially white children and the youth. The psychological abuse, the rapes, discrimination, etc. Shame them hard. That's what you need to do when the anti-whites mock our assertion of victimization. And it's very easy. You don't have to go deep into all of these examples of how we're being victimized. Just go to the most salient couple. Like you could go right to who's getting discriminated against when the major companies or all companies are bragging about their diversity goals and their diversity goals being met in hiring and promotion. Who's being discriminated against? When universities are bragging about, when trade schools are bragging about their diversity goals and diversity goals achieved, who's being discriminated against? White people, right? You hammer them with that. And then you could hammer real quickly the white children videos of them crying, hating themselves for being white after learning how evil everything about the white race is. And then you are on the immediate offensive. You bastard, you absolute anti-white, unfeeling bastard. And you're mocking, you're laughing about our victimization. You're laughing about the victimization of these babies crying into the cameras. You're laughing about these people that have worked their whole lives to get this job or to get that promotion or to get the government contract. You're laughing about them being discriminated against on the basis of their race. You are a despicable anti-white piece of, that is what you are. You go after them like that. Now, you don't have to say the exact, like, you could do it. You could be laid back. You could be very aggressive. You can take it to different, depends on the person you're talking to. If you got a big audience, maybe you want to be a little laid back because the people are going to be seeing it and others are going to be seeing and reading it. And you want those people to say, well, yeah, that person seems like the reasonable one. you tack on to this, you tack on that, hey, you wouldn't, anti-white, you wouldn't do this to any other group of people. You wouldn't say that their suffering is fraudulent or that they had to prove their suffering with mountains of statistics or whatever it might be. You would just, so it's just another demonstration of how anti-white you are. You hit them with that and then you move. You hit them with that and then you move. You shame them for that. Now, do this with your family. Do this with a coworker where it's not going to get you fired. Do this with friends. You go out to the barbecue and some neighbor says, oh, white people don't suffer. Hammer that person. Now, you can be very aggressive or you can be more laid back, but you are going to speak from the mountaintop of morality. You're going to speak from them, whatever her name is. Let's say it's Jennifer. Jennifer, that is despicable. That is, you know, there are videos of white children hating themselves, crying, begging to not have to be white. Do you know those are all over the internet? What do you think, Jennifer, what do you think happens with these diversity goals? Who do you think are not getting the jobs? It's only white people. It's almost entirely white males. That's a despicable position, Jennifer. And I know you must not really hold that. And you watch Jennifer back real fast away from that position because she's not going to want to be immoral in that conversation. You watch Jennifer say, whoa, 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 whoa. I was generalizing. I didn't have to. So I had a great life. But yeah, those people who had bad lives, I feel for them too. You watch. I've done it countless times. You watch when you do it. Do not allow these people. And this goes right to what we're going to talk about. Another point in the Go Free lesson of the day, which, by the way, how different is this? Is there any other lessons on how to empower you anywhere else in the white sympathetic sphere? Ever? No. We are the only people that do it. I and other content creators, white positive content creators in service to white well-being, are the only ones who care about you, who love our people. We are the only ones. And what's the evidence of it? We're trying to empower you. I'm spending time of my life, lots of it, to make you a better you. When you deal with these things in your own mind, you will be a better you in physical, mental, and spiritual ways. I will probably never meet you. What kind of love does that take in my heart? I will probably never be able to shake your hand or throw my arms around you. What kind of love does that take in my heart to do that for you? And this is sad that I have to spell this out. It's not for the folks who already get it. They know who I'm talking to everybody else. They know I'm talking to everybody else who spent their whole life hearing from content creators and organizational leaders who don't care about them, who want just the aggrandizement, who just want the gigantic financial gifts. We used to be able to say that for the vast majority, up until like the past 5-6 years, well, since Trump, let's say, that there was no money to be made. There really was no money to be made. Then since Trump, and I was there the entire time when there was no money to be made. So it wasn't a money thing. It was mostly if people were, there were folks that made more money than certainly the rest of the pack, if you will. But generally speaking, you weren't going to be able to make anything in it for your endeavor. And if you were here to try to make a living, you were very foolish. But once Trump came along, there was big money. I mean, we've seen at least one made into a millionaire for leading a politics fans group. And then you see what's being made of that. But otherwise, a mission of love over all these years. That's it. For me, at least. Where else does that happen? It's not happening elsewhere. So here I'm breaking this down so that you can be empowered, so that your life can be better, so that your family can be better, so that your community can be better, so that the children that are children today and children who are yet to be born, I'll never meet. I'll never get to have an opportunity where they say, oh, You were one of the guys that were helping everybody. No, it's not going to happen. I don't get to have that. So that those children, the children yet to be born, they can have better lives and better worlds. And then I get tossed into they say, well, everybody's got a different way and everybody is bullshit. Everybody's doing good. Everybody just has different ways. All right. So this is what you're going to do. Now, this spoke directly to a tweet I made just days earlier. My tweet, and I tweeted back about this particular article, retweeted White Student Transmission's tweet, and I wrote this. Perfect example of what I tweeted the other day. Anti-whites always want to talk about a fictionalized, self-serving past in order to distract you from the anti-white present. Don't let them. They are anti-white. Their ideology is anti-whitism. When this anti-white, Japanese descended person, if that's what the person actually is, did they say my ancestors? They probably did. But maybe they didn't. I'm not sure. It was an anti-white person nonetheless. When they do this, when they say this kind of thing, you can point out. You could start off with what I said here. You anti-whites always want to distract from the anti-white present with a fictionalized, self-serving anti-white past. Write this down if you have to. Specifically, go take that verbiage and go out and paste it in conversations, and then watch the anti-whites squirm. Watch them suddenly become defensive where you want them. Watch them become defensive. Watch them suddenly begin to jump through the hoops that we hold up for them. Then you can hit them with the shame, shaming them for mocking the suffering of our people. What about the white man? And don't be afraid, because it's happening everywhere. Unlike in the anti-white narrative, anti-whites are wont, like, oh my gosh, like they are wont to use drugs and to sleep around and everything else under the sun. They are wont to immediately throw an abstraction at you because they have no real evidence. So they'll, what about the guy? What about the black guy who tried all his life? And there are none of these. They can't find any. But you know, and there can't be one who is rejected on the basis of his race. So what they do is they take you on an abstraction instead of a fact in an argument. What about the black guy? Or what about, we've been talking about black, anti-white black. So let's talk about anti-white Asians. What about the Asian guy who's worked hard all of his life and he got good grades and he did this and he did that, and then he gets in the corporate world and he wants to get that promotion, but then he's not given it because he's not white. That doesn't happen. We all know that doesn't happen. We all know that such a company doing something like that would be sued into oblivion if anything like that would happen. We all know that there is no bylaws, there is no written commandments, there are no rules in the company that say white men get this job, right? We know that. So when they throw an abstraction at you, it's pure fantasy. But you can throw an abstraction even about something happening to white people that you know is happening in our civilization. You don't have to know the white guy that it's happening to. Throw out the abstraction. If you throw out a specific person, you know the person. Maybe it's you. You could talk about you, but you could throw out the abstraction. If you throw out a specific person, then they'll say, your anecdote is meaningless. This is the way the anti-whites act. They're not fair. They never will be. So get over it. Their anecdotes always matter. Your anecdotes never matter. So you can say, what about the white guy who worked hard all his life? He has the innate ability. He paid his dues. He deserves the government contract. He deserves for his business, whatever it might be. And opportunity cost of that we lose for benefit to all of us for what he would have been doing in business, even non-white people as well, obviously. The benefit to all of us is now gone because he was not selected on the basis of his race. Now, what's the difference here? There are bylaws. There are commandments. There are rules. They are talked about societally and bragged about, that discriminate against the white race. Everywhere you look, every one of these laws that these bills that were made laws about where loans go, where grants go, we've read numerous ones and given you the actual links to those. So that remind me to talk about actual link in a moment, because I got to tell you something funny about that, to bills and laws. I got to tell you, there was a scumbag slandering me, and I got to talk about it. So somebody remind me just as I'm done here, because I'm going to forget about scumbag. Dumbass. So they brag about these things everywhere. In those laws and bills, they say these, or bills become laws. They say these loans, these grants and loans forgiven are going to BIPOC people, are going to. Now, in the past, they didn't make it that clear. In the past, the anti-whites were smarter than they are today. In the past, they would say things like these names that have come up, we've heard again recently, used in connection with COVID. Frontline communities, most disadvantaged. These are meme pathogens. They really mean non-white people. You could see it in its application. You would have to follow the money. It was harder to do, but it was easy to identify once you did. But today, you don't have to do that. In the actual laws, it says money for BIPOC people, money for blacks, Indians, this group, that group, all non-white, and women, all non-white and females. Then you can see in the real world, as I was talking about earlier, where these companies and the schools are all talking about their diversity goals, and we achieved our diversity goals. Diversity means no white people. Diversity means white people are being discriminated against because you have finite seats, you have finite jobs, you have finite promotions, finite everything in the world. That means you have to take from someone who deserved on the basis of race. There's only one group you can do that for. There's no other outcome for the equation. It is only white people. So you can say abstractly, what about the white guy? And you are right. And you can shove their faces in this shit that they've created. Anybody else telling you how to handle that? Let's go on to the next thing really quickly, just as an aside. Some vile turd in the white, and we're going to talk about what to name these people from now on. We're going to be there in just one moment. You're going to love it. We're going to revolutionize things yet again, because that's what we do. One of these days, and not in the horribly distant future, we're going to have buildings. We're going to have where I am going to be, where I will broadcast from. And it's going to be glorious. But we have another one of these losers in the white sympathetic sphere attempting to demonizing, misrepresenting yours truly. And what this dumbass who sees himself as ever so intelligent, as ever, nobody, he says, can compete with him intellectually. What a joke. Talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect. This absolute midget wit. And he says, let me show you how Jason is a liar. And he goes on to the government website. He types in the bill that I referenced about a specific issue. He pulls the bill up and he says, look at this bill. This bill has to do with something has no connection to what Jason was talking about when he talked about this bill. So you see, he's an effing liar. He's a homosexual, and so therefore he's attracted to males, and he pays prostitutes to be, and all this kind of filth, all this kind of degeneracy. This flippin' dumbass is such a retardus. He doesn't realize that every cycle the bill numbers recur. Dumbass, they recur. So you have to put in the Congress, and you have to put in the actual committee to get the right one. So in other words, like Bill 3, 4, 5, 6 today, in 6 months from now, whatever it's going to be, Bill 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be something completely different, you retardus, because they're going to use it again. And therefore you have to put in what Congress it is and what committee it is. This is what I have to deal with. This is how we handle this. Let me get on to the next element of the Go Free lesson of the day, is to use great replacement or not use great replacement. Well, this, as you know, is something that the anti-whites are watching very closely. I state unequivocally that there is, as the ear is against the door, no great replacement. This is not real. What there is white erasure. And one of our magnificent champions, going free, shining like a supernova, Biospirit of the West, got into a little tangle and demonstrated this is another reason why you don't use great replacement or any of these things. Now, I have talked about this before. When there are words that intersect with us in our lived experience in a positive way, anti-white psychological warriors, tacticians, will take those words. I don't know why I have to say this so many times. We'll take those words and then we'll build out what they want us to use so that we remain ineffective, so that we remain docile, so that we remain paralyzed. And it works again and again and again and again. Okay? Great positive interaction. Replacement, positive interaction in our lives. That's just the way it is. And I've said before, and I will continue to be as diplomatic as I possibly can. If you want to use something that I have articulated is detrimental, and you don't have a counter argument for why it's beneficial, that you are going to stand on, then you can make what I guess is kind of like a childish or immature decision to stick with what has been articulated as ineffective and even deleterious. I can't control you. I don't control you. Your hatred of me. You're saying, I don't like that JC guy. He's so arrogant. He comes up with these arguments I can't defeat. Is the manifestation of and the revealing of your position that you know I'm right and you are wrong. Hating me for my argument is you saying, I know Jason's right, but Akim. Because you wouldn't have to get, if I were to say something completely totally crazy about a concept like great replacement. If I were to say that, well, it means that, I don't know, Martians are burrowing under the ground with beluga whale. If I were to say that, you wouldn't say anything about me. You'd just say, boy, that's loony. The only reason you would get mad is because you know I'm right. So either stop slandering me or come up with an argument for why, or you can just go the direction of saying, well, I really like this, even though it's clearly the weakest thing that we could speak in regard to this phenomenon. I'm just going to do it anyhow. Then just go ahead and do that. But don't say these things about me because you can't overcome my arguments. It's just revealing that you know I'm right and you're wrong. So this is a stupid thing, in my opinion. So for people who are implementing the Go Free method, do not say great replacement. You say white erasure. Here's another reason why. Because an anti-white defeated the argument. One person in the white sympathetic sphere, doing a lot of great retweets and a lot of great work otherwise, tweeted a graph of California. And the person wrote, a struggle against racism. Now that was awesome, putting the anti-white concept in quotes because it's not real. It's one of their poisonous meme pathogens. It's the most poisonous meme pathogen. The struggle against racism has really been a struggle to replace whites. Really just been a struggle to replace whites. And there's a graph there, and it says California, it's almost all red. It's got a few light blue counties up north. 1950, it says 94% white. I'm going to connect that to the earlier story we were talking about, where black people in the 1950s were entrepreneurs, business owners, starting businesses that discriminated against white people and would not serve white people in California, according to the anti-whites from several mainstream anti-white news sources that we read, according to them. And then some of these businesses owned by black people had their properties bought by way of eminent domain. So back in the 1950s, the state doing that was 94% white. Can you imagine in China? Could you imagine in China if I was in an area that was 94% Chinese in China? You think they would let me say, oh, no, you can come in here, whatever your Chinese name is. We don't serve your kind. I wonder what the Chinese would do. But the rest of this graph says 2021 shows the state of California. It's overwhelmingly dark blue now, and some red left, orangish counties left. And now it says 36% white. So California is far less white than in 2021 than it was in 1950. And then at the bottom, now I loved this meme all the way up to the bottom. White replacement is real. So is what it says at the bottom. Replacement, again, is a positive word. When something goes wrong in your alternator goes bad in your car, you get a replacement in your life. Is that good or bad? The doorbell stops working. It's broken. You get a replacement. We have to replace that. It's good. Your roof starts leaking. We have to replace the roof. You get a new roof. The old roof's been replaced. Your lived experience is positive. You cannot disassociate the positive feelings and connotations from what you can consciously say, which is that in this case, it's not good. You still have your entirety of your subconscious mind bringing up all of the positive connotations, meanings, experiences, etc., as this undercurrent. And then, as we've articulated before, 90% of your life or more is dominated by your subconscious mind. You're only kind of dipping in. Now, people who are implementing the Go Free method, they do a bit more conscious thinking, quite a bit more than the general person, the general member of the population. But it's still almost entirely your subconscious mind. That's why to be human, or to be more than human, or however you want to word it, is to use the conscious mind to control the subconscious mind. It's a part of us that is constantly playing. Who do we want to decide who speaks therefrom? Our conscious minds or the anti-whites? It's up to you. And when Jason comes along and says, you should consider stop using, you're a content producer, and Jason shows up and says, you should consider using anti-whitism rather than anti-whiteness. And here are some reasons why. But I would also understand if you decide to stick with anti-whiteness because you've kind of hung your hat on it or whatever. But this, nonetheless, I have found, and we have found, to be superior. And then never talking to Jason again because of that is not the right thing to do, right? Ignoring Jason from there on out is not the right thing to do. This is what an anti-white responded with to this meme, utterly destroying the replacement theory. And this can be done everywhere. So this anti-white writes here, so there were 10 million white people in California in 1950. And now there are 14 million white people in California. Who was replaced? So you can see it was like I said when it came to White Lives Matter and it's okay to be white. And I articulated how easy it is for anti-whites to defeat these arguments. And why was that meaningful to me? Why was that important to me? Because I could see scenarios where you we're out having these conversations and getting defeated in conversation. And I am trying to make your life and your world better, just like Biospirit of the World is. Of the West. Trying to make your life better. I'll never know who you were. And yet I'm trying to make your life better. I say, don't use this because of X. And then you can either say thanks, but no thanks, but it's not right to, or thank you, God bless you, I'm going to use it and try it out. But it's never okay to say, well, he's an ass, never going to talk to him, going to slander him everywhere I go. This is what Biospirit of the West writes. This is why using replaced, replacement, great replacement doesn't work. I love what he writes next. It's truly beautiful. One of the biggest hearts in the white sympathetic, white positive sphere. He writes, Western kind is irreplaceable. I love it. I love it. Isn't that grand? Western kind is irreplaceable. Without us, there is no Western civilization. The term white erasure is more to the point. Here is a brief, concise explanation. And then he gives a video masterfully done by the great Final Blossom for folks to watch. If you find that on my Twitter, please share it around. Share Biospirit of the West's tweet because it has the video, and it will also lead folks back to the easy defeat of the replacement argument. And now there will be people who are wedded to the replacement argument that are going to say, but there are more, percentage-wise, there are more. Guess what? You just lost. Guess what? You just lost the conversation. You just lost the debate. You just failed for our destiny. You just failed for all the little white babies who need you to succeed. You've just run out of time because this person right here and everybody reading it says, oh, it's over. That conversation's over. As soon as this thing spins off into, let's get down into the weeds about how there's a greater percentage now of non-white people than there were before. And yes, but they'll be able to continually go back to, there are more of you than there were then. Everywhere. They'll be able to do that again and again. And then you'll say, but I'll be able to talk about our low birth rates. Oh, and then you're going to spin off and do another one, more and more and more. You're choosing not to have babies, not us. I can't help that you white people don't know how to have sex anymore. Maybe that's why your women are choosing all the non-white men, because you white guys don't know how to have sex anymore. Do you see how you lose? Do you see how you lose? Please just stop. The blood of every anti-white victim is on the hands of every single anti-white. We're still in. I mean, we're sticking in the Go Free lesson of the day for a while here today, folks. This is in, let's see, do I have that? That's right. It was supposed to be the blood. This is on page 250 in Go Free, second edition, iteration 2. You should see my stack of notes, physical notes for iteration 3 or edition 3, depending upon how different it will be from this one. But folks, this is just getting stronger. It's going through the crucible of the scientific method, continuing to do so as it has from its origin, when it was started off as a piece of paper and a little leaflet with folded pages so many years ago. You can be part of that process, because one day it's going to be codified and that's going to be it. So be a early supporter, an early participant. This is a meme curative. The blood of every anti-white victimization of our people is on the hands of every single anti-white. Why is that important? Why is that important? Does anybody know? That's important because you need your niece, you need your uncle, you need your father, you need your grandmother to stop being anti-white. And one of the quickest ways to get them to stop being anti-white at the Thanksgiving, at the different holidays we have across Western civilization. Remember, this works everywhere in Western civilization, is to charge them, and again, you can throttle up or throttle back, charge them with the heinous crimes, the misery, the tears, the self-hate that anti-whites have inflicted on every single white person. And you should, because they have done it to you. They are telling you that you are guilty of crimes that never even happened. And those things that never happened in the past at some point. And you are responsible for it, and you are going to make amends. So you damn well. And the reason why they do that is because these psychological warfare soldiers that invented all this anti-white poison, they gave them that to defeat you. And I'm giving you what you need to defeat them. You say to grandma, grandma, You know, I watched a video the other day of a little girl screaming and crying because she hates that she's white. She's being taught how evil the white race is. Your ideas that you're sharing are responsible for that. Are you going to continue making white babies cry like that? Are you going to continue making white children hate themselves like that, grandma? You don't want to be for something like that. You can bring up things like the Wichita Massacre. You could bring up any of these things. And you could say, and throttle up, throttle down, whatever it takes to win. Whatever it takes to win. You hear my words? We're not cuckolds here in service to white well-being. Throttle it up, throttle it down. You could bring up the Wichita Massacre. You could bring up any of these things. You could bring up the terrorist, anti-white terrorists running over everybody in the driving the van during the parade. You know, it's your ideas, Brad. Cousin Brad, it's your ideas, Cousin Brad, that led to all those people getting mowed down by that anti-white terrorist up at that parade. It's your ideas. It's the things you're saying now. Are you going to continue sharing that kind of filth? Because that blood's on your hands, Brad. Watch how Brad and every anti-white out there who is not just rabidly ill, because you know there are some who are just rabidly ill and they're going to say, yeah, damn right, I love it. And then you just say, thanks that I know that you're a sick SOB. I'm going to move on to somebody who can actually hear reason, logic, and evidence. But others, a more typical Cousin Brad is going to say, I'm not responsible for that. I didn't do that. Your ideas did it, Brad. How many more babies are going to have to get run over? How many more innocent white people are going to have to get mowed down because of your ideas that you're sharing, Brad? And then watch Brad retreat. And then watch Brad give up. This is a beautiful thing here. And very happy. Very happy to see folks standing up on Twitter, Gab, and elsewhere against anti-whitism with the tools that work. And this meme curative, one of the most important. Do not allow an anti-white in your midst to espouse anti-whitism without letting them know that they are guilty of everything that anti-whites have done and do. They are guilty of all of it. Not sort of. They are 100% guilty because they are the engine that causes this to happen. You think it's okay to discriminate against white people. You think it's okay to persecute white people. You think it's okay to dehumanize white people. That's how this happens. They are all as guilty as the guy, the anti-white terrorist driving that van. They're all that guilty. They're all as guilty as the anti-white car brothers. They're all as guilty as most bloodthirsty, ruthless anti-whites. They're all as guilty. Every one. But remember, you're going to throttle up or throttle down depending on who you're talking to. You might be dealing with a relative that's very sensitive and anti-white. You don't have to lay it on thick. You don't have to raise your voice. You say it as a concern. The ideas you're spreading, Peter, the ideas you're spreading, Uncle Peter, are leading to the murder of white people. I don't think you should continue to endorse things like this. It's leading to the murder of white people, the dehumanization of white people. and then watch a very sensitive Peter become conflicted. Shit. How might Peter respond, sensitive Peter, if you were to say, if Peter were to say anti-white, X, Y, or Z, and then you were to say, well, thing ABC didn't happen in World War II. Didn't happen. I looked at the evidence. Peter's going to think, crazy, crazy. How's grandma going to feel when you say that, well, this person in Southern Europe during this period or whatever, or there's this cabal of this other race of people. They're taking over the world. They just want to destroy it. She's going to say, crazy. I've heard that before. I've heard that crazy stuff before. The bottom line is they're not going to listen to what you have to say. And we don't have time for those losses anymore. We do not have time for those losses. And more importantly, we want to save those people. We want to redeem them for white well-being. Let's move on to the next to last thing we have here. We actually have a little bit of a part two, important part two of the Go Free lesson of today. And that is this next to last thing, though, folks, is the saboteur. So let's read what a saboteur is in the Go Free method. This is on page 200. Saboteur is a person who intentionally or unintentionally inflicts negative influence on white sympathetic communities from within. So very specifically, it's not like a generalized term. It meets, though, the definition in the dictionary. Types of saboteurs described include mercenaries, cravens, isolationists, abstractionists, sectarianists, and, of course, antagonists. And today, we're going to add another one. Now, when we have to give clarity to something, when we want to specifically speak about something, and we want you to know specifically the group of people we're talking about, because that's important for whatever it is we are describing, we can say, for example, that talking about ant-nats, and of course we can continue to talk about antags, or talking about cult nats, or you're talking about isolationists, or you're talking about abstractionists like we have here. You can specify, but in most usage, what I would like to submit and try moving forward, most of our conversations, is MeNots. MeNot. Me, M-E-N-O-T. MeNot. Why MeNot? Because the other day, when I paid and continue to pay daily for ads, and we'll talk about the ads coming up in the announcement segment. Wonderful news. Wonderful news. But I'm paying for this. I create these ads, and I've got the ad up, and I'm paying for it. And then all of a sudden, a group of people show up, and they capture the image of the ad, and they're going out and they're sharing, and they're trying to warn people off from the Go Free method. These were a very specific type of group, and I will share specifically. I'm not going to share the group, but I will share specifically that they are isolationists and they are cult nats. So they're isolationist cult nats. And these isolationist cult nats showed up and captured the ad and were promulgating. And you can imagine how frustrating this is for me, how genuinely frustrating it is for me, because I'm dealing with the anti-whites in society, shadow banning me, holding me back. I'm dealing with also the content creators and organizational leaders in the white sympathetic sphere, iron curtaining the great work that we're doing. It doesn't matter how many successes we have. We could physically build a school of the West, and we could have like a christening ceremony where we break a bottle of champagne over a glorious marble statue of Prometheus from my book, Prometheus, take back your destiny. Prometheus rising, take back your destiny. And the white sympathetic sphere will say nothing. They will iron curtain us. On top of that, then I have these hanger-ons to the movements that were started by dead people. Now they're now gone, and that were filled with white negativity. And they show up now and they want to just slander me far and wide for all of this beneficial work that we're doing here. And I thought, wow, these are isolationists. So like first in my mind, and it's true, they're isolationist ideology, and they're also cult nats. So they have the ant-nat ideology, but then anybody who isn't an ant-nat, these folks, they go the extra mile to be a cult nat, and they demand that you have to solve these, satisfy for particular issues, or they will misrepresent you and do their best to destroy your effort. But then I thought, you know what? Who cares? I mean, for specificity, yes. If we want to be specific, yes. But ultimately, they are just jealous of me. And they're jealous of you, too. Because I hear you all, you come back to me, and when you catch grief in different forums, threads, live chats, when you're trying to share this life-redeeming doctrine of the Go Free method, people will come at you and they will say things like, and we'll talk about this in the second part of the Go Free lesson of the day, part 2. They'll call you a cult member. They'll say, oh, you're just this like mindless. If they had education, they would call you myrmidons, but they don't have education, even the ones that feign education. So they won't say that. But they'll say cult member. They'll say you're mindless. And what a laugh that is, of course, coming from the cult nats who require everybody to think specific things. And if you don't, then they'll follow you around to destroy your reputation. And they'll say, oh, you're just following that cult leader. You're following that arrogant guy. You're following that whatever. And so it's clearly a jealousy, an intense, deep, just unabiding jealousy of yours truly. And so I thought about this. And you know, we have the term, I've mentioned it a few times, for females who end up getting very angry at me. And it is apropos to call them me neithers, because those are girls, rather than the Me Too movement, who were, they couldn't get, they wanted my attention. They wanted my, they wanted me to who knows? They probably wanted some very carnal things to take place. And I perfectly understand. And it didn't happen. So suddenly they were haters of me. They're spreading lies about me. They leave the white positive sphere and they want to say the most negative, fanciful Bravo Sierra to folks. They are me neithers. They were also not picked by No White Guilt. These folks that are showing up, we need to keep the focus where the focus needs to be, just like we do in the Go Free method with focusing on us. The focus needs to be on what their jealousy is, me. And when you say you're just a MeNot, when I say you're just a MeNot, you're not Jason, and you're just jealous, they, of course, have to go into the reasons of why they are not jealous of Jason. And that is a stronger position to have them in than any of the others that are a consequence of those approaches. So I'm going to be calling these people, I don't care what they are from now on. I don't care if they are looking at Mussolini, or they're looking at a painter, or they're looking at starting some other kind of a religion or whatever it is, anywhere, or they're these new Christian nationalists, and we got to talk about that for the love of God again and again and again and again, because it's total nonsense. It's cowardice, and we can get into that in a moment if y'all remind me. But when it comes right down to it, it's just MeNots. So what I would like is, if we have some people out there, you can submit your own. Maybe we can make this fun on Twitter, on Gab. Draw up. I would like to see a cartoon representation of some MeNots. Now, I was thinking in my mind, what are these? Oh, they're called the minions. So you've got these like little yellow things, and I'm thinking more along the line of like a minion. They have no identity other than to be a MeNot. So you don't put any symbolism on them. You don't. It's just, but instead of yellow, they're green, like a disease. And they have two small eyes, and they're shaped like a narrow. It's a cartoon character, so it's two-dimensional, narrow oval. They have spindly arms and legs coming off of them, and they have two little beady eyes, real close to each other. And then they have one unibrow over top, all of them the same, one unibrow, roughly all identical. You just draw one. And then no nose, but a big mouth, because they all have big mouths, right? And these are the MeNots, maybe. So you could draw one or maybe, and we can have some fun. The MeNots, the Jason MeNots. I know Fuentes has been joking quite a lot about his audience being his supporters, being nothing more than his minions. And then he uses this cartoon movie as, I don't know, for the visuals of that. Well, Jason Kuna obviously has MeNots. And I'm not going to say that the people who are implementing the Go Free method are these featureless, personality-less, character-less hordes. No. The exact opposite is true. The people who adopt the Go Free method ride in on great white stallions, and they're decked out with swag, and they're beautiful, and they have armor. They're gleaming. They're glorious, and they're each a knight and hero and a champion in and onto themselves. And they have come as these mighty entities, each and every one, knights of the round table. That is the folks who are here now with us going free on this episode and implementing the Go Free method. That is what we have. We don't have. Nick Fuentes can have minions, a bunch of little squeaking nothings. That's how he feels about his supporters that have made him a millionaire. That's what he can put out there. I have knight heroic champions that are here in service to white well-being. But what I do have, and I will make fun of, is a whole host of MeNots, of all of these little green, unibrowed, ugly, big-mouthed, diseased things that are constantly screaming about how Jason has done something horrible or is horrible, or watch out for him, even though he's spending all this money. You're going to undermine like I'm rich and I can just endlessly spend money. So in other words, they are taking the money right out of my pocket. These are MeNots. I'm not even going to recognize that they're isolationists. I'm not going to recognize. So first off, I'm not going to recognize the group that they claim and the ideology that they claim to represent. I'm not going to recognize that. I'm not because it doesn't matter. I'm not going to recognize that they're isolationist and they're cult nats. Not even going to recognize that. They are nothing but MeNots. And so let's have some fun with this. Maybe we need a MeNot song. Maybe we need a MeNot poem. Maybe we need definitely some cartoons. I know Groundhog Fury could probably make a hilarious MeNot complaining about Jason, and you could see their mouths are moving real big, and it's just like a sound you can't. So like the minions, I don't think you can understand them. I think it's just like a high-pitched noise when they talk. Maybe that's like the same. You would need it to translate. Jason's ugly. Jason's attracted to men. Jason is attracted, just on and on. Jason's attracted to unstained furniture. I mean, whatever it might be. They're all just MeNots. I think we have it with this. I think from now on, and tell me, you all can give me your feedback. When you are in live chats, when you are in threads, and you are confronted with people slandering and undermining you, the Go Free method, yours truly, hit them with them. You're just a MeNot. You're just jealous because you didn't come up with the Go Free method. You're just jealous because you're not handsome like Jason, athletic like Jason, a man like Jason, a hero like Jason, and therefore you're not attracted to what Jason is doing, like I am. because I am a man of the West. I am a woman of the West. I am talented. I am a hero. And that's why I'm drawn to it. And you are a hater of it because you are a MeNot. You are not any of that. You're just a MeNot. Let's forget about their ideologies. Let's forget about all that shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. All along, that's all these people have been is MeNots. So let's try it out. Let me know how it works. Let's have some fun ridiculing and mocking these people as MeNots. If we get some, wouldn't it be great to have some great cartoons, like to use on DLive and to use these different places where you can put these things. And when somebody starts criticizing the Go Free method, Jason Kuna, when they start criticizing this stuff, they start criticizing all of us, you can just drop that sticker into the live chat. Says MeNot on there. It's just a hideous thing, and just say you're just a MeNot. You're just a jealous nothing. We're gonna drop this in here because it's so cool. This new bumper I'm gonna use. Well, it's kind of an old bumper, but it's a new bumper, and we're gonna get to the second, but a much shorter part of the Go Free lesson of the day. Be right back. That is, of course, the great ForNull, a work of his. I love it. We're going to very quickly just say here, and we're going to get into the announcements and your comments and calls. And that is that Mr. V mentioned last week, I think I might have this right, I might not, but he mentioned coming up with a retort for the people throwing around the word cult. Now, certainly you can say to those people, you're just a MeNot and you're just jealous, so go off. Go back to your MeNot layer, whatever it is. Boy, we could make a whole cartoon. Think about how much fun this could be. That you could say to these people very, very simply that when they say, oh, you're just a cult member, you could say, I'm a culturalist, get it right, loser. Or I'm a culturalist, you should get it right. Throttle this up, throttle it down for the audience. I'm a culturalist, get it right. We are creating culture. And then just move on. Now we have to subject this to the scientific method. So when you use this retort with folks in the white sympathetic sphere or elsewhere, get your response, see how it works, and then come back, let us know how it's working. I think this is what Mr. V will be able to clarify for us if he's with us later. But to be able to say, I'm a culturalist, we are creating culture, or we are culturalists, we are creating culture, get it right. It's the same root for those words. Now, we also have in Go Free second edition iteration 2 page 226, we have we have an MC and some commentary. If the retort, we're culturalists, we're creating culture, so get it right. At least try to get it right. Don't be so dumb. If that ends up working, then we will add this as one of the meme curatives that you can say in response. So here we have the MP, you are in a cult. The MC, I am going free of the anti-white cult that you are in. Going free requires you to think for yourself. Anti-whitism demands unthinking conformity, cultish behavior. Now, this has worked, and so that's why it's in. But it's a little bit longer. And we also have here commentary. Another MC for this baseless allegation is the jocular retort, a cult of love for Western kind, building culture. That's another, it's a little bit pithier to use that you can use on folks, both anti-whites and folks from inside the white sympathetic sphere who are what? MeNots. They're just a bunch of MeNots when they show up and they start throwing the word cult around. Of course, because there's no evidence of anything of the sort. You're required to think here. You're required to think, and it's growing. I mean, the most obvious difference is the fact that this is something that grows with contributions from everyone. This is not a profit that has come down from on high and says, here are the words, here is the law, here is the rule, here are the commandments, and you follow it or you're kicked out, and then we ruin you thereafter. Let's try this out. I am, or we are, a culturalist. We are creating culture, and then let's see how people respond to that. I'm inclined to think it's going to be successful. But let's use it. Let's get out there into the field. Let me know. I'm going to be using it as well. Let me know your results, and we will be right back with announcements, some great comments and questions, and we're gonna tear it up. Be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. That song, of course, was the full song. I should play it more often. That we use in the beginning and the end of the show. Isn't that epic? That's the great ForNull, ladies and gentlemen. Please, round of raucous emojis for ForNull. Let me see what you all are saying. Looks like ForNull has already sketched up a MeNot. He said it's on Telegram. I'm gonna grab it and we'll take a look at that. That is awesome. That's how fast ForNull was on the MeNots. There's a character too that folks can use as inspiration. That for the MeNot, as if you're wondering, he's called Sheldon the Plankton. He's a little similar to what I was describing, except this Sheldon villain, I guess, doesn't have. He has antenna. We don't. Our MeNots don't have antenna. Or let me see. No, it is the plural when they are on insects is antennae. When it's on your roof, it's antennas. So it's antennae. They don't have the MeNots do not have antennae. But this is Sheldon Plankton, and I think it looks like he also has one eyeball. And ours have two eyeballs, but they're very close together, very beady little eyeballs, but one big unibrow over top. So that'll be good. That'll be good. We'll see what it is. And come on, computer. Catch up with us. All right. We got so many great things going on. Let's see. We got some fun things to talk about. Where Okay, that was the lesson. That's page. Where is our page? How's my audio? Is it still crisp and clear? Is it doing that thing when it goes up and down? I'm only really going to listen to people I know from our community. So if you're some new person and you say, "Oh, the audio is shit," you can say that, but I won't necessarily listen to you because it makes it too easy for the MeNots and the anti-whites to show up and interrupt me by saying, "Oh, your audio is garbage," and then get me to stop the show, and then I have to look. So we'll see. Sound is solid. Popcorn power. Thank you. Audio seems good to me. Troggy, thank you for that. Caleb, sound is good. Everybody, thank you for the feedback now and before. Black Sun and Lunder. Great. Thank you all. Let me check this. Let me check this out. We have some announcements. Okay. By the way, I've got to ask everybody again. I have too many things like in front of me to be able to see them all, and so occasionally I have these gross oversights, and I had a gross oversight. I discovered it myself, and I'm not happy about it. So if you are a content creator in white positivity, please, you're doing good work, whatever it might be. You're making music, you're making videos, you're writing poetry, you're sculpting. You're doing that. And I am not talking about it. I have not said, "Hey, this is awesome." Now, don't like make one video and then say, "Hey, talk about me." No, you gotta pay some dues. You gotta show that you're legit and real and that sort of thing. If you're one of those people that have been chugging away, making it happen, and I have forgotten to talk about you, I failed to talk about you and applaud you, do not do the white thing, which is to stay quiet about it and just hope that I will eventually see it or somebody near me will mention it to me. Please reach out. And you can be respectful. I'm not going to take offense to it. Just say, "Hey, I know that you got a lot going on. I'm a creator and I've made all these videos, and you asked for folks to let you know. And here I am. And here's my name of my channel or podcast or whatever it is. And check me out. And so if you want to include me in the mentions and the celebration, the plaudits, then here I am. I want to know. I don't want to overlook anybody. I have been sharing channels, and I haven't been sharing Final Blossom's channel. And do you know how hard it is to see something that you're not seeing? I have no idea how that happened. how I saw what I wasn't seeing. But it just suddenly hit me. I was like, wait a second, where's Final Blossom? And so we are sharing Final Blossom's channel. He's on YouTube, and looks like youtube.com/Final Blossom. FINALBLOSSOM. Final Blossom, no space. youtube.com/Final Blossom. If you don't do it now, you can leave. You can continue to hear me. I mean, I'm not going to do something like begin stripping while you go away. Head on over there on YouTube, click subscribe, start supporting this Herculean champion of white well-being. And we all know Final Blossom is magically like 3 to 5 seconds ahead of everybody else in the universe. So he knew what I was about to say before everybody else did. 3 to 5 seconds ahead of us. Nonetheless, start sharing this guy, his hard work. Make sure your subscription and your endeavors to share him double his subscriber count. We need this to happen for everybody in white positivity. We build this community, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. We build this community up, and all boats rise here. All things get stronger. All things get better. We have to do this because not only is it, as I've been talking about now for over an hour, the anti-whites who are banning and shadow banning us, censoring us, but it's also our own white sympathetic communities. And that's one of the things they get so angry about with the advertising. They see that we're starting to reach people, and we're having good results. As a consequence, people are sticking around. People are subbing. That's why their MeNots are working overtime in their dank, dark little layers, churning out little press releases in horrible English. You should have seen some of these comments about me. I almost wrote back and said, hey, before you start psychologizing, maybe you should learn English. You know, and this is not somebody, English is like a fifth language. But then I decided, no, I want it to be found this way. So that's Final Blossom. Share him, get under, maybe when you go over there, you sub, and then you get underneath one of the videos, it doesn't matter, and just say, God bless you. Thank you for all your work for white well-being. And now Final Blossom is on the list, which is a good list here in service to white well-being. I want to share with you all, so you can get excited with me, that we are making progress all over the place. Big and huge and medium-sized content creators are using key concepts from the lexicon. Increasingly, staff members, we're not going to say if or where, of substance people that are known, are we're in touch with, and the lexicon thereby is being spread. We are changing the world. But now, some place that we have struggled because of the anti-white censorship and because of our unfortunate brothers and sisters, very jealous brothers and sisters in the white sympathetic sphere, putting this iron curtain down so we can't reach the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, has been one of the areas that we've really struggled. And it actually, in all seriousness, just to be a little vulnerable for a minute, and it's not something we normally do as a man of the West. But as a man of the West, you can share this like caricature that we've seen in the movies where a tear never comes to the eye and nothing could ever hurt them. That's anti-whitism. Those are meme pathogens. A man of the West experiences the panoply of emotions, and it is that love that produces tears, that drives him to fight to the death. So anything that is impassive, and that's really what it is. Anything that is like impassive is not real. Anything that is impassive is not what we want. I guarantee you, and you can disagree with me here all you want, but I guarantee you, when King Leonidas and the 300 stood in the gap at Thermopylae, when the soldiers for the Confederacy stood in straight lines to catch the artillery and musket balls from the invading United States at the First Battle of Manassas, and Stonewall Jackson rode from the forest with the Virginians, and General Bernard B. I think it was of South Carolina, and said, "There is Jackson like a stone wall, rally behind the Virginians." And they rode up, and Virginia pushed the United States military all the way back over the Potomac to D.C. When that happened, when Thermopylae happened, when these beautiful battles happened, when the poetry that we have read over the years about our soldiers riding into battle, where they come home alive and when they don't, those men had tears in their eyes. You can rest assured. And anybody that would say otherwise, I think, is just trying to conceal, trying to appear like this caricature that's impassive, that isn't a living being. It's not tears of fear, for God's sake. It's tears of glory. It's tears of love. And so it hurts me to see these brothers and sisters that are supposed to care about the well-being of our people, that I thought, because of what was in my heart, that they were really driven by. All of these years, I thought they were really driven by the best for our people. And so I thought that, and that was my naivete. That was my seeing myself in others. I thought that they all, when success was being had, would celebrate that success to the heavens, even if it didn't necessarily mirror what they were doing. And it simply is the opposite of that. And that night after night, when this comes to mind, it breaks my heart. In all seriousness, I'm in disbelief night after night that it comes to me. On those nights, I'm in disbelief. I can't stop shaking my head that I so misjudged and miscalculated so many of these content creators and leaders, thought leaders. They honestly couldn't give a shit. And that is just heartbreaking. Having said that, we, as a consequence, have had to go a very different way. And we're going to continue going this way. And that is advertising. And so we've been advertising. We've been spending a lot of money on advertising. It's worth it. So I just want to share with you some of over just the past couple of months, where sub counts have absolutely been unmoving, or they've been like glacial in their progress. We've ticked up on YouTube from 0.7, so 22,000.7 to 20,000.8, and now to 22,000.9, and we're almost up to 23,000 on YouTube. How long? Now, I know that's a very modest number for a sub count in comparison to a lot of these, but how long have we been stifled and stuck? And now there's this movement. On Twitter, we went from 9,000 to 10,500 and continues ticking up. Sudden movement as a consequence of getting around of the iron curtain set by white sympathetic content creators and thought leaders, organization leaders. And we had, where's the other one? Gab, we went from 8,600 subs to what will almost certainly be 8,900 by the end of the week. Now, again, compared to a lot of these others who have been, who won't speak with us, who have put down the Iron Curtain. In fact, some of them will appear with child molesters, who will appear with people whose lives are based in their sexual attraction that's other than being attracted to people of the opposite sex solely, appear with non-white people who are not white sympathetic, even when these people are like shirtless in their conversations, and then be talking with those people about how we're the same. We need to stand together. How about everybody knows about American Renaissance now having Laura Loomer on as a speaker at the conference after I tweeted about this, have been in service to white well-being 3 decades and attended my first American Renaissance and became friends with Jared Taylor not long after that when I was 18 years old. And never invited to speak at American Renaissance. Never had an article that I wrote published on American Renaissance. But Nick Fuentes has spoken there, many others, and now Laura Loomer. And what is her claim to fame? This very proud Jewish woman. She's made very proud claims about her Jewishness over the years, and fought back against Twitter because she's a proud Jew, and yet they were going to, and more power to her to be a proud Jew. I'm a proud white person, proud man of the West. Her big thing now is that she is trying to unseat a white male Republican in Florida who is, according to her, lackluster because of his voting number of times that he votes. I don't know what his voting record actually is, but he is, like, according to her, the 7th worst at showing up for votes. So he's just not voting enough. A white male she's seeking to unseat, and maybe he needs to be unseated and replaced by somebody much more aggressive. But it seems kind of odd that a very proud Jewish woman who is endeavoring to unseat a white male Republican is going to get an opportunity. And by the way, she was also interviewed, and I also have not been interviewed on Talk About an Iron Curtain, and by Jared Taylor, and interviewed there, and she was said to just be marvelous and wonderful and just all this other sort of stuff. And now she's going to be able to go speak at Amrin if it all comes together as is planned. So this is a massive curtain. This is a massive iron curtain. And for many years, people have said, oh, well, Jason, you need to understand, they kind of have these other people in so that what? So that you can get some legitimacy from anti-whites? You know, when you're inside the anti-white narrative, if you care about white people, you're always bad. It doesn't matter what you do. I've been saying this all along. Jared Taylor and all of these other groups are no more legitimate. If you care about white people, they're no more legitimate by interacting with all of these different groups and claiming some level of association, support, mutual support, whatever it might be. Never has garnered them any legitimacy from the anti-whites. And therefore, also, since it's in the anti-white narrative, from the population. It just does not work. They are essentially, while criticizing Republican rhinos for doing that kind of thing, while criticizing conservative content creators and calling them cucks for doing that sort of thing, they do the exact same things themselves. They know, you know, that these folks can look at the work that we're doing and very easily say, even at midwit or uber midwit intelligence levels, they can say they've got something unique over there. It's really special. And what's the response? Shutting us down. So to have this movement now is, and ultimately all of these people who put that iron curtain down, won't talk about us, won't invite us. All of these people are MeNots. They are, all of them, just jealous little people. Nothing but a bunch of MeNots. And that's all Ameren is going to be. A bunch of MeNots over there. Jealous little people. And who are they jealous of? Well, one of the people they're jealous of, and I want you to get out, please, your raucous emojis and your 07s and your V's for victory for Tall Kevin. Because this guy keeps showing up and doing remarkable things for white well-being. One of the things he did was there was an episode of a show a couple of weeks ago, and a person was on that show that wasn't necessarily not necessarily a fan of yours truly, not necessarily a fan of yours if you're implementing the strategy of Go Free, the Go Free method in your life, and has actually advocated to slander us and things like this on some of his social media. Tall Kevin showed up with a beautifully written super chat and put this fella on the spot, and it could not have gone better. And that goes to the love in Tall Kevin's heart. The love in this guy's heart, his use and his use of the Go Free method and willingness to talk about its successes, and his appreciation of witnessing all of these other successes in the Go Free method as well. And so for that, I deeply thank you, Tall Kevin, for everything that you're doing in service to white well-being. You're a true man of the West, man. We love you. And you've done so much, and we're looking forward to many more things. In connection with this, I wanted to say, because I wanted to speak earlier, and we're going to keep rolling, I want to talk about my Mondays are for the Dragons results, and we're going to take a look at that. Is that, Tall Kevin got the attention of Andrew Torba of Gab. And we've talked about that before. Another epic victory for Tall Kevin. You can be this victorious as well. I mean, how many hands is the stallion you rode in on is the question. How bright the banner that dances off of your flag when you ride in on that stallion. How sharp the sword, how gleaming the armor. Well, apparently we have the great Franklin, who is over on Gab, and he's one of the things that the great Franklin is doing, who's also troll slaying today and being a leader of a GFC, a Going Free Club, is that he's out trying to get the attention of Andrew Torba, trying to get Andrew Torba to get back interested in what we're doing, where Tall Kevin touched base before with this bumper sticker he made, he placed, Andrew Torba saw it, and Franklin is tagging him in his use of the key concepts and other concepts from the Go Free method. Two of those, of course, are anti-white and anti-whitism. Well, suddenly, instead of saying anti-whitism, which we need Andrew Torba to say, instead of using that regularly, he has suddenly started talking about anti-christism. And I have just got to say, as soon as I found this out, I was struck by the cowardice of it. This Christian nationalism bullshit has got to be revealed for what it is. It is the cowardice of the white race. Because over my 3 decades, and I know we've been having some conversations, and there are good people that I respect and I like who are, taking this sort of thing up. My experience, I'm going to have to speak frankly to my experience and to my honest deduction. If you think I'm wrong, make a contrary argument. White people, every time things have gotten, they've seen like, okay, now they're going to get worse. And this has happened numerous times over the past 3 decades. And in my reading of history and learning from the old timers, they suddenly get religion. And after this, they'll be groping again for a new political party or one of the other vehicles that just fail. So it's sort of like this weird merry-go-round that white people are on. So the merry-go-round has come around, and it's Christian nationalism again. And so they like the Christian nationalist moniker because with it, they can conceal their concern for white people by saying, oh, well, I care about all people. This is about Christianity. This is about Jesus Christ. You can't take my religion away from me. We're in Western civilization. And as we know, Christianity is all, loving and everything. And so you can't take it away from me. You can't really slander me for my religious beliefs. That's cowardly. That is cowardly. Having recourse to, well, it only is white people insofar as it's every other race. That is cowardice. And the fact that so many white people are so quick to pick up Christian nationalism this way is a demonstration of the cowardice in our race. And where does that come from? Well, males are not taught to be men of the West. They live in an anti-white narrative where they're told it is immoral to care about white people, to care about the white child. And so they want to say, instead of this is about the white race, this is about your victimization of the white race, they want to go in there with this misnomer of this is about Christianity. That is the exact same thing as the Republican rhinos and cuckold content creators for conservatives and patriots alike that go in there with their proxy positions and the rest. They want to give you something other than the focus of the actual attack so that they don't have to deal with the actual ramifications. Proxy position. Christianity is a proxy position. It's the same thing as saying that CRT is about the innocence of children. It's the same thing as saying sexualizing children is about the innocence of children, when it's all focused at white children. It's all aimed at harming white children. It is cowardice. It is cowardice. You have to stand up, and if you take a proxy position, you cannot deal with the real attack. You can never win with a proxy position. You can never win with a proxy position, white race. Stop being such cowards. Stop being so craven. Stop being so pusillanimous. God damn it. You cannot win with a proxy position. Now, this doesn't mean for all the good Christians out there, and there are wonderful champion Christians, this doesn't mean that you can't continue to love Jesus Christ and you cannot continue to stand up for Christianity. It doesn't mean that at all. But what it means is you cannot take a proxy position for the basis of that which we are attacked. It is the white race. Christianity has been defeated. Listen to me again. Christianity is done. It is done. You can, as a good Christian yourself, say, I represent the true Christian. And that can be true. That can be objectively true. But we're talking about societal Christianity, the Christian churches, the Christian leadership, its interaction and intersection with the average white person, and in those conversations where the theology comes into contact with anti-whitism, it is defeated. Not only is it defeated totally, it is now a zombie for anti-whitism. That is what Christianity is, like everything else. What do I call it in Crucible? Dybbuk. Christianity is just a Dybbuk. It is possessed by anti-whitism. Every church, every leadership. It is pathetic to see Christians say, well, I got a preacher in little town Timbuktu with a following, a little tiny following of X, and they know the real Christianity. So therefore, I'm a Christian nationalist, and that's what it's all about. That is pathetic. That tells everyone what a coward you are. Continue to be the real deal Christian. Continue to be, if that's where you are spiritually, if that's where you are emotionally, continue to be that. Do not advance Christianity as the proxy position on which we are attacked. If Christianity was what was being attacked, the attack would be over because Christianity is defeated. In all of the commercials, in all of the videos, in all of the movies, in all of the sitcoms, we see things like white women with non-white men. Is that Christianity? When the mattress store on the end of the street has a commercial up that they paid millions of dollars for, and lying on the mattresses are beautiful white women with non-white males, is that anti-Christian? Toothpaste ads, the heroes in the movies, on and on. This is an attack on the white race. End of conversation. Christianity advances homosexuality. Christianity advances, oh, but not your reading, or not your priest, or not your preacher. Who cares? The leadership of your church advances it. The leadership of your church advances everything anti-white. And they call those things that anti-whitism say are evil sins. It couldn't be more obvious that the church is defeated. They don't give a shit about Christianity anymore. They don't give a shit. It serves them. It serves anti-whites. Why would they want to take down the church, every other block in the United States that's preaching anti-whitism? You seriously have to answer this if you're a Christian nationalist. You seriously have to answer it. And I'm no pagan. I'm no worshiper of whatever the things that they're worshiping. So no slandering me with that and saying, well, he's just a pagan, and so therefore that's why he's like this. Any church you go in, it's going to be anti-whitism. Stop being a coward. Everyone out there who is claiming to be a Christian nationalist is just a coward because they're using the proxy position of Christianity. And it will end as it has always ended, in absolute defeat. And this, you don't even have to get into what pagans and atheists will want to get into about, well, just look at the doctrine and look who created it. Who cares? White people made it a reflection of our biospirit. And so it can serve white people. You don't need to talk about anything other than what Christianity is today. And it is anathema to the existence of Western kind. So anybody saying anti-christism, you gotta put this where it belongs. And that's under a definition of coward. Why can't you say white? Why are you so afraid? Because you know what they're really attacking on. You know, Torba, I got a lot of respect for this guy. But if he doesn't start saying anti-whitism and he keeps talking about Christ, then he's admitting that he knows that they're after the white race, not Christ. He'll take less, he knows, and we all know, that he'll take less heat by defending Christ than he will defending the white race. The Mondays are for the Dragons results. That 2-week ad has just come to an end. We're going to do more ads for Mondays are for the Dragon. That is Yiz and ForNull. Make sure tomorrow, Yiz is at 6, ForNull is at 8. I will be promulgating the information for both of those shows. Be at those shows. Turn them on. If you can't be there, just turn them on. And if you can't be there and turn them on, then share the links that I'm sharing. let people know that this is happening. We have to build our own community. So result-wise, we did really, really magnificently. We had it at times as high as 0.7%, 0.70% click-through rate. That's epic. All right. So we have a total. We have let me see, a couple thousand that actually clicked on the ad, found out about these shows. And remember, these things have to be presented again and again to people so that they will feel comfortable and, oh yeah, there that thing is again. Let me check it out this time. So we'll have to come back to it. But I mean, we have, let's see, just over 300,000 views. Just over 300,000 views. That is magnificent. So we're going to continue doing this. That was Mondays Are for the Dragons. Make sure you share that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be running those advertisements again, and we're going to broaden to some other platforms. So we'll look into that. But right now, just on Gab, there are a lot of people there, a lot of good folks there. We want to make sure they get involved. You can do your part by sharing these shows. Now, right now we have an ad running on Gab. If you see the ad running on Gab, it's to bring people's awareness to the work that we're doing here. If you see this ad running, by the way, I think it was Nathaniel Nelson that sent me the visual, and it is fantastic. It is. Was it you, Nathaniel? Is he with us? It is like, I think they call this the Chad guy or something like this, and it says this one little trick. It is a magnificent. So big round of applause, please. Raucous emojis for Nathaniel. I think he was the one who made it. Folks are loving it. They're clicking on it, and many people are coming. We're going to have fantastic results just over the span of a week. So big thank you. And if you have ideas for advertising, let me know so that we can implement, we can use these things. If you have criticisms, now, when you see these advertisements, click on them once. Click on it once, check it out. Then you can see, well, this could be done or that could be done better. Then you can reach out and you can tell folks. Or you just love it, you're just interested. Don't repeatedly click on it. The reason why is each time you click on it, I'm being charged. So click on it one time to see. So the Learn More button, click on that once. Now, if you can click like, and if you can click share, do that. That doesn't cost me anything. If you can click like or you can click share, do that. Share it with everyone in your community. If you're able to, just go down the list, click everybody. And if you can give it a heart or whatever it is, please do that. Please, 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 when you see these things. And then we had earlier and I can find it again and bring it up so that everybody can see it. The advertisement that we just had for Mondays Are for the Dragons. And let's see, I think this is it. Yeah. So while that loads, I will say that this coming week, we're going to do a second ad for the What is Anti-White competition. That's Lovely Porge and Naderific put that together. And folks, go over to that YouTube page. What is the name of it again? The YouTube page? Go over to that YouTube page. Absolutely. And watch all the videos as they're getting loaded as you're getting loaded up. All the competitors, the contestants, videos are being loaded each day by Lovely Porge and Naderific, and they are amazing. This is truly wonderful. This is something totally beautiful. But the last one I watched last night from Liv Hyde, really, really something special. So everybody's doing a wonderful, amazing job that are participating. I haven't seen one bad one yet. So please get over there, check it out, tell everybody about it. I'm sharing and tweeting and gabbing and Facebooking and all the mindsing and all of this. Regab, re-Facebook, retweet, remind, all of the different platforms that at least I'm on. Make sure you're spread this stuff. Please, please, please. We have to be the doers. We have to embrace the struggle. I'll be running another ad to get people's attention on Gab onto this competition once it's finished, once all the videos are, so people can get over there and view and comment and vote, and that'll bring more attention. And we're going to run an advertisement for Dean Danger's School of the West, because we want to get a lot more attention on that. Should be talked about everywhere. How could it not be? I mean, come on. We're going to run an ad for that as well. God bless the work that all of these people are doing. Don't forget, too, let's get a, please, round of raucous emojis 07 for No White Guilt Clips. It was No White Guilt Clips, I believe, that put up some of the White Lives Matter to show solidarity with Patriotic Alternative. And someone else has gotten me pictures, or there maybe two other folks have got me pictures of White Lives Matters. That is done on the 9th. So please, if you put up any leaflets or whatever, White Lives Matter, get a picture of it, send it, or put it up on Twitter, put it up on Gab, tag me, then I'll be able to have it, and I'll be able to share it. Of course, it had to be our regular champions stepping up to do things. And if you're not one of those people, step up. You'll feel better about yourself. And, okay, probably on a Going Free, I'm going to share Natarific and everybody participating in his Odyssey channel. Share a video from that because it's awesome. This is that ad that was running for the Mondays are for the Dragons. If you didn't get an opportunity to see it, we're going to have a very brief bumper, once again, because I love it. Be right back with content creators that we're going to share quickly. Your comments, your calls. Awesome. All right, here's some content creators I want you to follow. Final Blossom, youtube.com/Final Blossom, no space. White People's Press at whitepeoplepress.com. Western Media, and that is on Odyssey under that name. Dragon Synth Adventures, that is on YouTube at Fornelius Newland, ForNeliusNulland. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Discordant Dragons over there on YouTube at Yiz the Eunuch. Again, making up for missed time. Final Blossom, youtube.com/Final Blossom. Porridge over on YouTube. He's on several platforms, I should say. And I think it is Jubilation Media, but I think you have to type in Ruination Media on YouTube to get it to come up. We have No White Guilt Clips, youtube.com/No White Guilt Clips. Everybody should be following those who are making clips and then sharing those clips to magnify their efforts. Intellectual Embargo over on Odyssey. Again, Final Blossom, youtube.com/Final Blossom. Finally, Alternative Voices Portal on Odyssey. Make sure you're following Alternative Voices Portal. He's creating snippets of video for people to easily share around. Follow, magnify the efforts of these wonderful people. Please, I'm begging you. We have the mailbag next, and there is nothing in the mailbag. I wasn't able to actually go there today, so if something showed up, then I missed it, but there was nothing there the other day. So I apologize for that if I missed it. Something you sent, but it'll be in the mailbag next week then, and we can all get excited about that. And what I think I would like to do really quickly while we're talking is, or maybe I should wait for a call. We'll get to the calls, and while I have the first call on, I think Roy Danton is the first call. He wanted to be the first call this week. I will grab the very first MeNot depiction by ForNull, and we will see what that looks like. And God bless you, ForNull, for being so magical that he could do everything all at once. Let's get to these comments though first. And we have a person here that I was in an argument with. I said, "Oh boy," his name. Listen, human dynamism. This is me writing back to him. Is in what he was doing essentially, he was demanding, "What is your plan? Tell me exactly A to Z." And we have talked about here how that's impossible. You cannot give an A to Z framework because human dynamism is infinitely complex, and that the context changes every moment. And there are gigantic changes, in fact, that change everything. And people, even very intelligent uber midwits, end up articulating plans from A to Z because they are trapped in the permanent now. So the brain, for some reason, gets trapped, and I don't know why it doesn't happen to my brain, but it gets trapped in a permanent now. And then they craft a course, and it is the very next moment. It is, first of all, it's rife with errors because there is so much that you can't know along the way, and very childish. But as a consequence, but even if you could know, as we've talked about, I don't know, a god maybe, or the god, or a supercomputer, or something like this, the plan would be wrong the very next moment because context is shifting all over. And that comes down to everything like what is in your material, the heads of your material, the people that you need to think things, certain things, so that their bodies are animated to behave a certain way. So this person, though, is a MeNot, and he had attacked me saying, "I demand to know, what is your plan from A to Z?" So I tried to respond in a way that I thought he might understand. I said, "Oh boy," his name, "listen, human dynamism is infinitely complex. The type of plan that can ride such a fluid wave is what we have put in motion with the Go-Free method. At least I think so. And the proof of concepts continue to prove so. Think of it this way. Do you have a plan to do that thing in the future that will require immense physical bodily strength? What thing, you ask? You want to know what that thing might be so that you can start to plan on how you will deal with it. And that is just it. That thing will be different in many different contexts. Thus, the only plan can be to lift weights because you know you will need physical strength. If you don't plan in this way, it won't matter what that challenge is for you down the road, because none of your strategies will avail you without the physical strength you should have gained from working out." Now, I have made that as simple as I possibly can. I hope that he got it, and that you all will be able to share this when trying to talk about, well, what's the big plan? What's the plan that you're going to implement? Well, we have a plan that's working. And what's your plan? And where's proof of concept of your plan? There is none. Oh, very well. Reptile writes here, "When speaking to vagues, I find it beneficial to emphasize that I combat anti-whitism and heal anti-whites." This is really beautiful. Listen closely. "We are not at war with a people, but an ideology and practice. And we have no enemies, only victimizers. When a man is defeated, he harbors resentment. But when he is healed, he holds only love and gratitude. Making this distinction has helped me greatly." Isn't that beautiful? And another reason why I and others should be as diplomatic as possible, because we're trying to redeem these people. We're trying to bring them back to the love that they must have felt for our people at the moment that they started down the white sympathetic path. We're trying to redeem them. Now, unfortunately, many of them end up being MeNots, and we have to move on. But this is a really this is the way we have to look at it. It's really beautiful, and of course, the great Reptile would articulate it thus. He also says here, "Go free streams teach us to apply the practice within our lives, family, and communities. But JGP, Jason Goes Political, expands its application to the national level. This perfectly demonstrates its value, as it is entirely scalable. It cannot be confined to a singular nation because it inherently lends itself all across the West, nor can it be defeated because it's an ideological lens that informs all healthy political leanings. No wonder anti-whites refuse to acknowledge or highlight this practice. It would be like telling us where to find the keys to an unstoppable machine." God bless you, man. That guy's brilliant, isn't he? That's Reptile. And this, this goes to me saying to a lot of these folks ended up being MeNots, that why do you think the anti-whites are going to rail against and thereby tell you what is going to work to defeat them? Of course they won't. They're going to misdirect. They would rail against that which will have no effect on them. In fact, they will rail against that which will empower them. If an alternate Jason Kuna appears and he says, my doppelganger appears and he says, oh, well, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to play the villain. I'm going to be the antagonist in their story. You know very well and good, I'm not even going to get upset about it, every big media outlet would be interviewing him, because that would be scary, to be this articulate and in shape and handsome and be saying all the things that the antag says, and maybe have a big banner up on the wall behind that, Jason. All of the major, they would all, where if I said I'll be here and I'll talk to you, there would be 50 cameras from all the TV stations around the world to listen to what I had to say. It's true. This is the face of evil, they would say. But saying this, they're not going to interview us. They're not going to want to talk to me. And when they do, they lose. Just like when they talk to you, they lose. Send them back, writes here Jason Goes Political. These are really great videos. While I recognize the necessity of dialing the rhetoric down somewhat in most videos, these videos are more like I feel, having a private and friendly conversation with you and what it would be like. I'm a boomer, and I reached my limit with the blind, liberal, multicultural, more diversity traitors to our people many decades ago. I was and am criticized sometimes for being too harsh. But as I explained, the time for playing Mr. Nice Guy is long, long gone, and for too many white people didn't get the message I was putting out years ago. These videos are more satisfying to see because A, the concepts are absolutely true, and B, the fire within is allowed to show through in a way that is glorious to behold. LOL. Your videos, and that's all caps, by the way, your videos, the fire within is glorious to behold. Your videos like this one remind me of the movie 300, when King Leonidas says to the emissaries it's a Ionist, maybe that starts with zebras. And he says, the Persian god King Xerxes, as he shoves them down the hole to hell, this is Sparta. All caps, exclamation point. Well, imagine if, and I've been able to inspire men in this way throughout my life and in sports, etc. Imagine if all of these content creators in the white sympathetic sphere haven't been iron curtaining us and being little MeNots, and they would have allowed thousands and thousands more of our folk to see me and be inspired by that passion and that fire inside of me that I could awaken inside of them. What is it? The spirit of the West that I could infuse in them. I could inflame in them. I could summon in them. Where would we be today? Where would we be today? But no, they've prevented them from seeing, because they're just these little petty MeNots out there in the world. Question Everything writes, a lot of these labels like Christian nationalism and inclusive populism are literal anti-white opposition movements. I completely agree that it is foolish to self-identify under these labels, no matter who coined the terms. Whatever it takes, it must, all caps, be established. We need one institution, we need one institution that works expressly and unapologetically for the interests of white people. It needs to speak plainly without any ambiguity, and it must be full of and funded by people with honest actors, honest actors with good character and integrity. It will receive a ton of abuse and hatred and vilification, but it must persist. Once we have at least one, the roadmap will be there and it will be replicated. I think that it would be difficult, but far from impossible. 10 years ago, it would have been easier, and 10 years before, ad infinitum. But it is still possible, I believe, maybe even more so because of the levels of anti-white hatred and the amount of people awakened to it. Very well written. Thank you for that. And you know what's happening right now, Question Everything, is the work that we're doing is being stymied by MeNots. And in the future, it's going to be harder to recapture our destiny because of the efforts of these people. But a lot of these MeNots will then say, well, it was that other group over there that did it. It's that other group over there, rather than taking the blame themselves. First Last writes here, great champion, First Last, fantastic, fiery, passionate, yet truthful, wise, liberating. Thank you so much, good brother. And that, of course, is from, I think that was Jason Goes Political when I was really fired up. We're at 8:37 Eastern Standard Time. We'll be reaching out to Roy in a moment. Shauna, the great Shauna Shaw, writes here, you said it perfectly, Jason. One of your best streams yet. Our pathetic anti-white politicians need to say white people and address our interests as a people and act on it. No more abstractions and beating around the bush. As we say in Going Free, there is no Western civilization without Western kind. She's magnificent. Thank you, Shauna. The great Chopin writes here, no Western civilization without Western kind. It emanates from us. We are not just something inside it. When I hear white positive, it comes to my mind love for our people. How is it difficult to understand that? To understand, because everybody that I talk to gets it immediately. The Go Free method works. Thank you so much for that testimonial, the great Chopin. And I think we'll get to your financial gifts right now after I read Axis Mundi. We'll save the rest of these for a roll-in. Axis Mundi says here, I've done some preliminary research into advertising on alt tech. Thank you so much for this. Parler is entirely viable. All you need is an account. And they have it set up so you can post ads and monitor them through your account. They're also a free speech platform with a similar mission to Gab. So users on Parler would probably be receptive to some ads you use on Gab. At the same time, there may be some overlap. It's not much, but hopefully this small bit of information is helpful. Thank you for the excellent work you do for white well-being. Well, God bless you. Thank you for doing that, reaching out to find that information so that I would have a quicker access to it and I wouldn't have to go searching from square one. Parler has been, I guess otherwise, does Parler not share people and recommend people on that platform? Because they don't recommend yours truly. So does nobody get recommended? Or is it that scenario where, is it one of those scenarios where I'm not being recommended because I have something that works? And I don't know, the Intel community or whatever it is has told Parler, not that one. And Parler said, yes, sir, just please leave us alone. All right, let's see what you all are saying. And over here, we have the great, the one and only Slots. Makes videos, is in the trenches, philosopher. Financially gifting $17, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, past 2 months have been really hard, tithing some. Well, I appreciate that, dear brother. This guy is dealing with issues, and yet he is marching on as a man of the West. So many people have no issues to deal with. They drive home their truck, or they drive home their Saab, or whatever it is. They come home, they have a beautifully appointed kitchen and house, and everything's wonderful. They don't do shit. They sit down, they listen to a little bit of podcast, they listen to a little bit of stream on Sunday or something, then they do nothing. This guy is fighting through issues and a magnificent champion. God bless you, brother. And we love you. Wow. We were just talking about first last, weren't we? Hadn't even looked over here yet, talking about what a champion that guy is. Raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, please. Raucous emojis, 07s, V's of victory for first last, who just financially gifted 100 save our people dollars. 100. Let's put an end to this nonsense, Christian nationalism, anti-christism nonsense dollars. God bless you, dear brother. Thank you so very much for all of your magnificent service in its myriad forms to white well-being. A true champion, a man, another person with an enormous heart. First last. God bless you, man. It's just truly amazing to be surrounded by such. Also, this guy, and one of the ways that he has served white well-being is he is a magnificent, aside from the music, he's a magnificent idea man. And he's just hitting all day long with ideas about maybe this, maybe that, maybe the other thing. Check it out. And we try it out. It's something like Doom Documenting, Doom Dissecting came from first last. And then I added Doom Divining. He added Doom Digesting. That's when the person gets ill from it, and they develop what we refer to as white noir in the Go Free method. So beautiful. Thank you so much. And we have here, who is this? Oh my goodness. Okay, I will use just your, how can I call you? American Lady. I will call you American Lady. And if you don't want me to call you that, then just say so somewhere. You want me to call you something else? I don't know which of the, you got your, it looks like your real name. I definitely don't want to say that, but American Lady. Keep all those V's for victory and 07s. Raucous emojis. Champions for white well-being, folks. American Lady financially gifting $100 as well. 100 women of the West are not going to put up with this BS any longer. Dollars. Women of the West want men of the West dollars. God bless you. And she apparently can know one when she's looking at one. 100. We women of the West want men of the West dollars. And she writes here, for going free, no more wasted guilt. No more wasted guilt, she writes. Amen to that. No more of that white guilt. We're not accepting any more of it. And we are cleansing and treating ourselves of this white guilt. We're getting rid of it. In the future, maybe we'll have to have like a pop-up demonstration somewhere where we, like actors, we go, maybe we have some sort of a like ceremony almost where we are being baptized of the white guilt, and just let the anti-whites report on that. Let them report on that all day long. God bless you, American Lady. $100. You know what? That's going to go a long way to making up for these MeNots who are over there on the Gab and copying the image of my ad that I'm just paying for, and then going out and saying, watch out for this guy. Watch out for this guy. He might make your life better. And we have the great Axis Mundi 07s and Raucous emojis. He hit the $20 minimum for those things with a $20 financial gift. And he writes here, words of wisdom that free minds and heal souls. God bless you. Axis Mundi, who not only financially gifted, but reached out to Parler and found the basics out that I needed to know in order to be able to advertise there as well, and hopefully bring more of these wonderful folks, the rank and file MAGA, the rank and file conservatives, rank and file Christians in the pews that are sick and tired of hearing of anti-whitism as Christian doctrine, rank and file constitutionalists, rank and file Second Amendment, First Amendment folks. We need to reach them and bring them over. God bless you. Axis Mundi, $20 along with that time and effort to get that information. What a champion. What real champions have shown up tonight. Jump on over to Entropy, and we have 07s, raucous emojis, V's for victory, V's for victory, and W's for wins, ladies and gentlemen. Dude Bro Moment is back once again with another $50 financial gift. $50 financial gift, he writes, for white well-being. 50, I am not giving up on Western kind and the Go Free Method dollars. How are those dollars? Think about how far those dollars go. I wonder how far dollars go for some of these other content creators, these late night personalities, whatever they are. I wonder how far their dollars go when they're doing things like making car payments with them and house payments and toothpaste and clothing and airfare and all of that. I wonder how good does it feel to those people to finance those things. Here we have more self-aggrandizement for those people. Here we have the reclamation of our destiny. The bringing of, that every single dollar that you're giving, every single effort you make is going to do good for the people of our race. Maybe it's that one white little boy, that one white little girl, those two white babies that are going to end up being inoculated and protected from the self-hatred they would have had. Anybody would give for that. Anybody would do that. You just have to know that it's happening, and you can see it happening here. You see how it works. There's no black box. The machinery of the Go Free method is laid bare again and again for one success after another. And that's how it's always going to be, because we are honest men and women of the West. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. Caleb coming in with a $10 financial gift. God bless you, dear brother. Says, Jason, there was a white grievance panel. Oh, I think I saw, this video recently discussing anti-whitism. Okay. Or we call it that. They were calling it something else. The lack of a true representative of white positivity was very troubling. Just vagues and anti-whites. It would be entertaining to watch you dismantle them. I'm advocating for you on the next panel. Thank you. You're going to be on the panel with them? Is that what you're saying? You can jump into the question widget. You can tag me over on YouTube or Odyssey or wherever it is. Let me know. But the great Naderific sent me this video, so I have it. And I was thinking about doing a roll-in going free with it and examining some of the things there was. I think it's like 3 hours long, so I'm not going to stay that long, but I will have a look. And if there's a particularly great part, let me know. And I will tear it to shreds. We have JK160 here and doing wonderful things in service to white well-being. The service is much more valuable to us than the financial gift. And yet we love him and are grateful for the $3 financial gift as well. He writes here, was thinking about how mad people are about Drag Queen Story Hour. Imagine how mad parents would be if they knew their kids were taught to hate themselves for their entire school career. That is a great point. That is a really great point. We're busily talking about the Drag Queen Story Hour, but what about white parents finding out that their children are being taught to hate themselves from the moment they enter school until they leave it? How many white parents would be okay with that? And the white parents will not know that their white babies are being taught to hate themselves if the white parents are told it's about an attack on Christianity, or it's about an attack on their innocence, or it's about attack on their safety, or it's about attack on their etc. The white parents have to know it's an attack on them because of their race, because of that which they cannot escape. Great point. Thank you so much for that, good brother. And I'm going to make our first call. Oh, let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. Yeah, we're going to go a little bit, just a little bit past, but try to keep the calls. We're trying to keep the calls, 3 to 5 minutes max. And let's see over here on Odyssey. I don't see anybody tagging me, but great to see you all there. And let's see, D Live. Big hello to the few folks over on D Live. And we'll come over here quickly. And we see Caleb says that they were using the term anti-white. Did they say anti-whitism? Because I will definitely review that. I probably will review it anyhow. But let's see what we have here. Moving quickly. I'm going to jump to the top of YouTube. And while I'm doing that, we have Art Acrobats is in with a financial gift over on Cash App as we get near the end with $4. God bless you, brother. True champion in service, going nowhere to white well-being. He says anti-whites are genetic dead enders, soon to be extinct. Yeah, that's a great point. White anti-whites are genetic dead enders. Their genes are going nowhere. You're right. Their end is nigh, certainly for their DNA, because they're going to biologically white erase and or have no children whatsoever. And that's just the bottleneck. That's just the way it has to be, I guess. So we're going to find out real soon. We're going to get some calls. We're going to find out real soon what the very first MeNots look like as interpreted by the great ForNull. Because he was first to get on it, probably cracking up the whole time he was talking. And by the way, MeNot was not invented by me. That was invented by Ladybug. We were on the phone talking about it, and then she said, in her characteristic, sweet little voice way, they're MeNots. I was like, oh my God, they are MeNots. So big thank you to Ladybug for that. Here comes the call to Roy. We also have Mr. V, obviously. If anybody else would like to talk, please let me know, and we will get a phone call to you. Remember, we're shooting for like 3 to 5 minutes so we can try to engender more calls. And if you're on Skype, you want to just a quick comment, 3 to 5 minutes max, and then maybe we can get to a point. Okay, Roy, it doesn't appear that Roy is answering, so we're going to jump quickly. We know that Mr. V is always available. We're going to get to him. We're going to see what the great Mr. V has to say. Here goes the call.
Hey, brother.
There he is. What's going on, man?
Going extremely well, brother. I'm very excited with everything that's happening. It's just win after win. We had some very exciting book club discussion today.
Oh, and, good.
Yeah, it's been quite good. And so yeah, let me get to what you mentioned before, brother, real quick about the culturalist MC.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't mention culturalist specifically, so I think it's interesting. Was that something you added, brother?
That's just what I interpreted. I guess after the fact, I was like, what was it again? And that's what came to mind.
Yeah, we can definitely try that. What I said was culture creation is not cult formation.
Ah, okay.
Or-
Culture creation,
yeah.
not cult formation. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, yeah. Or if I had it specifically as culture creation is not the same as cult formation, but you can shorten it. And and any of these MCs, like any of the MCs that are in the book, or any that you come up with, brother, or anyone else, we can always like figure out alternatives, like MC mutations, if you will, and then see which ones work best. But the core of it is culture creation is not cult formation,
Perfect.
or
That's-
culture creation is not cultish.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's try
Yeah.
those. Let's try those, folks. Beautiful.
Yeah, there's another one. I've mentioned it before, brother, which was, and I mean, what could you apply this one to? I mean, you could say it for a couple of different things, but it's the world's well-being is dependent on white well-being.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think that one's good for, environmentalism related stuff, or if you want to exchange world for earth, etc. Our favorite video game in the Going Free community is World of MC Craft. And
World
yes,
of MC.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, World of MC Craft. That's our favorite video game. But you don't get fat, and you actually get a girlfriend, and you don't run into any of the kind of problems that World of Warcraft players might run into.
Wow, that's great. I like that.
Yeah, brother. And let me quickly contrast, because we're having so many wins. There's a fella in Larry's GFC who goes by Anthony. And we were talking today on book club. Let me find my quick notes here.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, because we were doing Prometheus Rising, and he said that he was checking it out at first, and he says that he gets it now.
Ah,
He gets the purpose of Prometheus Rising now, and the didactic qualities that you've embedded into the mythology. He says that he gets it, and he also said something. And I asked if I could share his testimony, and he said yes. He also said, you don't find this level of intelligence anywhere else.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really fantastic. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, and he said that about you, brother. He said that about our entire community. He said
Yeah.
that about all our people. And this is an individual that stopped interacting with people for years.
Really?
Because he saw, and he's a musician. He's a really smart man. He loves words. He has a list. He writes down all the words that you say that he doesn't know yet, and then he looks them up. He's joining us when we're doing the Building a Better Vocabulary course,
Awesome.
which we did again just yesterday.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, who else could this quality of man be involved with other than us? Everyone else is LARPing.
Yep.
Everyone else isn't interested in white well-being. These people aren't interested in white well-being. And then RC. RC's gone through the vetting. He's with us now.
Awesome.
He was talking to Anthony about collaboration because they're both musicians. And I spoke with RC's wife. Everyone was on the call spoke with her. Great lady. Going to bring her in to do vetting as well. We're attracting more people, more families. I mean, just wins all over. And then you have, in contrast to that, guys like Johnny Monoxide, with nothing against him. I'm just going to use this example, who used to be on the TRS network, and his life was destroyed by these people. He talks about how he keeps getting fired from job after job.
Wow,
He
yes.
of course used racial slurs. He was playing that antagonist in the anti-white narrative. These people betrayed him.
Yeah.
They ostracized him. They behaved like a cult.
Yes.
And this man went on a non-white anti-white show, and it was sad, brother, because he played a bit of the repentant villain.
Oh.
It felt like a confession, like he went to the non-white anti-white and confessed his quote sins.
Oh my gosh, terrible.
Johnny, if you ever listen to this, man, nothing against you, brother. I'm talking about what you were talking about, man, that your life was destroyed, and that was wrong, man. That was wrong. So it's not too late to change that. It's not too late to change that. You can get on with a group of people, genuinely love our people, and wouldn't treat you like that. So check out Go Free, man. Just investigate it. I know you're a guy who likes to investigate things because he's the host of the Paranormy. So check it out. Check it out. But yeah, brother, like super different between getting your life destroyed and getting on the winning path with great people. We're just bringing in super high quality people.
Yeah.
Super high quality people. Man, it's just win after win after win. So
love
are
it.
you not entertained?
Yeah. Well, that is.
So that's.
Please continue.
Oh no, I was going to say that's all I got, brother. I don't want to take up too much time, but it's just I could go on. Just the number of wins.
Oh well, that is really wonderful, and I had not heard this about that specific guy. I've seen that story recur throughout the time that I've been in the white sympathetic sphere. People get involved, and it's really terrible when it's terrible for anybody, but it's really terrible when you see a go-getter who could have had a very successful life and family and been very productive for white well-being, for themselves, produced a wonderful family, children, grandchildren surrounding them, all white positive, and instead they go down this antag role. They ruin themselves. They ruin their relationships with their family, with their friends, with their employers. Then they really, one or two things really happen. Well, one of three things. They either decide that since they've already made this decision and walking back on it is going to reveal the giant error that they made, they decide that they're going to triple down, quadruple down, they're going to stick with it and lead a shitty life and just be angry and want to be a MeNot, to me and all of us, and show up and want to destroy the good that we're doing, to sort of like spite their face for their nose. But the other option is they go this way and they play like the repentant villain, and they go out into the anti-white society. They try to get some time. They try to get some time back of their life, and yet their history as a villain follows them everywhere they go, and it's endless jobs losses over the course, endless relationships ruined, and then eventually sometimes, or one of the three just up front, once it goes bad, it's the ultimate white flight. They suicide themselves out of this world. It happens again and again and again. And I've had people write me and they've asked me, these things are private, so I'm not going to reveal the scenarios. But I've had good, normal folks, good folks that should have led beautiful lives, reach out to me and say, here's my situation, Jason. I'm this kind of person. I'm trained in these things. I got my education. I was like the Eagle Scout and all of these like different things, like normal overachiever and everything. Got a job and then started picking up, fell in with these antags, started repeating the things that they were saying, and then pressured to say more and more and more of it by the cult nat types. And then everything's ruined. And they come to me, and it's the saddest thing because they're like, what do I do now? And they tell me these stories where it's like the trade where they got their license from tells everybody, every potential employer, oh, this guy's actually X. So you can't work for like all the training and then have kids. What do I do about my kids? Now, what do I do about my wife now? She doesn't want to live this life. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, what you have created like a forest fire of your life. And now you show up, and I'm not bad-mouthing these folks that have done this. It's been quite a few, unfortunately, have come to me, and they create like a forest fire out of their life, or the house that they live in. We can use a better metaphor. It's like the house that they're trying to build of their life. They've set the whole thing on fire, and it's fully engulfed. And then they step up to me, and they're like, "What do we do?" Well, I mean, they have my sympathy. And I do my best. I always give them the best tips that I can. But I get the feeling and from them. And also, there's a part of me that wants to have like some sort of a magic answer. And I get the feeling from them, they're kind of looking for a magic answer. They see everything working in white well-being, the Go Free method. They want sort of like a magic way out of the scenario of the entire house on fire. And I would like to give them that. But the reality is that once you've set everything ablaze, you can only mitigate. The more that you have to lose, the more you will lose. The more you're in a mitigating of loss scenario. and rather than like turning it all the way around. Some people do. They do a wonderful job, and they go back to their families and they're like, I was wrong all along, and this is where my heart really wanted to be, and these people misled me. I actually care about. That's what you have to do. You're not going to be able to go back to your family and say, well, I really don't care about white people. Those people sucked me into their cult, because then your judgment is always like, you're always some kind of a weird villain in the minds of your wife, your parents, your friends. Now, when it comes to your job, I mean, you might just, in employment, you might just be totally screwed. But back to the other thing, and that is that if you go back to them and you say, I started in a place of love, and I'm going to continue to be in this place of love for our people, for our children, maybe your specific children. And I didn't realize I was misled by these LARPers, and I fell in with them, and they were the wrong people. And there's actually a big group out there in the world. I'm not like some lone weirdo who fell for these people that I should have known better. No, there's a whole group out there all around planet Earth and Western civilization that loves rather than hates. That's where I should have been all along, and I found these people, and this is where I'm going to stay for the benefit of myself, my family, my children, etc. You do that, and you have a chance. And you see in so many cases here, with the white well-being endeavors, the Go Free method, that people do reclaim their families. They do reclaim their identity that they had so ruined. We see all the testimonials all the time. When it comes to an employer, though, you might have to just get you might have to get a trade. You might have to, if you went to university or some sort of professional or whatever it might be, you rely on clients that can find these things out about you. You rely on bigger corporations that can very easily look up your background and see the kind of things you've said, done, and been involved in the past. You might have to just abandon that, because squatting down in that repeated failure is just a way to white flighting into suicide, because you'll never find a way out of that. It won't get better. You'll instead, and there won't be enough anti-white that you can do to make up for it. You won't be able to go to the next employer and say, yes, I said that all of that group of humanity should be killed, but since then I have given $1,000 to this non-white charity, and I've gone and spoken about how evil caring about the white race is here, and they don't care. You were not anti-white. You cared about white people at some point, and so you're done. So I would suggest that you instead just go get another skill. You have to say to yourself, you can blame yourself for your misjudgment, but it is really the fault of the people who lured you in to that antag behavior, made you behave this way, made you think that this was the way to go, made you think it was all just a big joke. We're all just telling a bunch of jokes here and being disgusting. It's their fault. So when you have to go and give up whatever your education was for or your previous trade was before, and now you have to adopt a new trade. Well, while you're an apprentice, way too old to be an apprentice, while you're doing all these things out of time and out of turn, blame those people. Every day you get real mad, blame those people. And then hard effort into implementing the method of Go Free in your life, so that you can finally see things clearly, and you'll be much better off. You'll find your way through that education and your new skill set. You'll find that much more quickly. You'll be able to find ways that you will be able to, again, enter into public discourse, in employment, in family, in dating, in repairing relationships. You're only going to be able to do that once you begin treating the mean pathogens in your life, and you begin to see things from the perspective of love, hope, and redemption, rather than hating other races of people. But thank you for bringing that up, brother. And what else did you want to share with us before we let you go?
You're spot on, brother. They're aligning with the antagonist of Western kind, not with the archetype of Western kind. And that's the huge mistake. So Johnny has his life destroyed. Meanwhile, those quote misleaders, those quote leaders, those actual misleaders, they're living in, according to him, gated communities. and have tens of thousands of dollars in recording equipment so they can record their CultNet song parodies and do all kinds of nonsense and prey on I guess their white CultNet groupies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So final thing would be join a GFC. We got to be building community. You meet great people, you talk with great people, and things are moving forward, folks. Join in. Don't complain about experiencing biospiritual disharmony and white erasure, and then not have the willpower to send a goddamn email. Just an email. Just send the person in your state an email, and if you don't know if there's a GFC in your state or in your country, just send me an email, gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Look in the description below of Mr. Kuna's videos, and you will see there the 11 GFCs that we've got. Please check it out right now if you're on your computer or tablet or whatever. Check out the description and send them an email. Just ask a question. Hey, I want to know more about the GFCs. I want to know more about the vetting process, etc., etc. And they will answer. But we've got to be building community. So please support everyone who's made a GFC and all the work that they're putting in by joining and getting all the great benefit that other folks are getting by joining in.
Amen to that, brother. Thank you so much for that call. And every week, you're always invited, and we will have you.
Thank you, brother. You are the true king of Western kind. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. ForNull, we need, if that was in a wave format, it needs to be MP4 to play. I can't see it. With StreamYard otherwise. So you'll have to upload it again as or it's a JPEG. Okay. Let me call. We have a gentleman from Virginia, and I'm going to place a call. What name do you want to be called? You're in Virginia. What name do you want to be called? And I will place that call to you, and then we will share. And we got about 3 to 5 minutes for you. And here we go. This is the and you said, and now I don't know if Virginia is where he actually is. It just says he's got his that info here for me to read. So that might be different than. So if you can hear me, if you're potentially. If you want a phone call, I will call you. If you can hear me, make it happen, and very quickly wait for that response from this gentleman, because we are running out of time quickly. This is, ladies and gentlemen, ForNull's first impression of a MeNot. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's how ForNull sees the MeNot. And there they are. They're out there in the world being MeNots. Now this one ForNull gave like a human body to, and in his depiction. But there it is. Eyes close together. And so that's the MeNot. We'll have to share that more. That's fantastic. So we got thank you for accepting and watching for 4 years. And has had, so would you like to, been watching for 4 years, follow the advice, and had some positive effects. Would you like to jump on for 3 to 5 minutes with a phone call from me? Let me know. And this is what I'd like to do. Try to get some folks in and some quick comments. I'm a little bit ahead of you all, so maybe while he is reading that, I will take a look. And I do have Carlisle telling me that she has seen me streaming on the front page of Gab. Now, is that accurate? Are you all seeing that? Am I on the front page of Gab? There was a question over there on Odyssey. Ant-Nat does refer to antique nationalist. But we don't necessarily have a problem with people researching and studying and finding out what they find out about World War II and thinking that is, or I'm sorry, entropy, not Gab, entropy. Finding out what they believe is the truth of what took place then. Just like I have researched the War for Southern Independence and have conclusions that I've made. The question is whether or not you bring those, what you believe are pearls, to the public because of how the public receives them. They don't receive them as the great wisdom and research that you've done. They receive them in a very different way. And we can talk about that some other time, but we are running out of time here. We're down to the last couple of minutes. Well, let's do this, brother. Looks like you're typing now. Why don't we have you? You'll be the first caller next week. Does that sound like that would work? Because we're here at the very end. We're getting close to running over where it takes me about twice as long if I go too far to prepare the show for replay on podcast. So it's a limit of data that I've got to be under. So we can have you as first caller next week, and it is entropy, but they might not have anybody else streaming at the same time. I don't know about that, but happy that they are allowing us to be on top nonetheless. So big 07s. And we have, okay, we will get to that. So this gentleman's a serving white well-being, and he wants to, it's been magnificent, and he wants to participate more. And I will reach back out to you in a message, good brother. And if you want to call in and have a conversation as well, you will be number one next week. And hopefully we can find Roy. Maybe he's out too far in the woods and unable to get a signal. A big thank you to everybody. Let's remember, folks, that the folks out there that are slandering us, they're MeNots. And that's what they look like. The people who want to slander yours truly, they are MeNots. The people who want to slander you, those are MeNots. The people who want to make up the lies, the defamation, to turn people away, the people who want to lower the Iron Curtain on us, and so that our brothers and sisters can't find the great work that we are doing, they are MeNots. And we had a MeNot that was in the live chat, and the Troll Slayers got to him, said he was a fan of Matthew Heimbach, and would rather hang out with Heimbach. So that's another MeNot. And that's all he is, a little jealous MeNot. Brant was helping somebody out with how to contact me to be able to call. Thank you, good brother. And we will have, okay, brother, then you are first next week on the calls, because we are out of time. Caleb says, going to show everyone what No Why Guilt really is. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back, folks, to roll and going free, because we got other things to cover, other things going on. That thing that Caleb was talking about in Naterific sent to me, we have that to address, at least in some small way. There are other things going on as well that deserve a comment, and we'll continue to get out to people around these iron curtains lowered by what are supposed to be our friends, what are supposed to be people who care about white well-being, care about Western kind and what we're doing. Heartbreakers for me is what they are. But we now know, I think we can imagine a moving forward, a very beautiful, simplistic, comedic way to handle all of these naysayers, all of these liars and traitors to white well-being. We can very easily handle them from now on as MeNots, and it'll be so fun creating songs and depictions of the MeNots. I'll even pay for a nice big ad about don't be a MeNot and go free. Don't be a MeNot and go free. Maybe have one of these characters in front of a video game, maybe watching Fuentes, doing something, pumping the air with one hand and pumping something else with the other. That's what a MeNot is. We have bigger goals, though, folks. We have our sights set on bigger things. We want to change, and we are changing the world in small ways, in personal ways, and in big ways. As you can see, the anti-whites are now grappling with what we have done, And this is where, the MeNots they get most angry, because they've been invested, and the people before them invested for so long in particular vehicles and particular methods. And like this recrudescence of Christian nationalism. It's a revival, a renaissance of something bad. We see they've invested so much time, it doesn't work, and they get furious. We have actually changed. Some of you have only been here for months, but a couple for just a few years, and we've actually changed the dialogue on planet Earth. I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again because it is so true, that sometimes people lose faith in things because they don't see any results. They don't know how something could work. They don't see the manifestation of success. They don't see the proof of concept. That's how people most often lose their faith in something. And sometimes you have like the MeNots, who never develop a faith. They never develop an interest. They never develop a curiosity because they see success, because they see it working. And success and it working is scary. It's different. It's not what they expected. Every day they expected loss. Every day they expected humiliation. Every day, everything they expected came true until today, until the Go Free method, until they crossed paths with us. And now every expectation is thrown out the window, and they are uncomfortable. And more often than not, when a person is uncomfortable because an expectation doesn't come to fruition, and because they are persuaded, they get angry and they lash out and they become MeNots. We would like them to become men and women of the West, and our hands are out to them. But until then, folks, we are the heroes on the great white stallions and dappled stallions and gray stallions in our armor with our snapping banners of many colors and gleaming, glorious mail armor with our swords and shields. And we are going into the battle as it is fought today. It's a battle that is symbolic, where the symbolic victories that we have over an adversary that utterly controls the use of violence, even to the point of murder, symbolic victories over that adversary are the biggest victories you can ever have. And we're having those victories. And we are going to continue to be plagued by little screaming misfit MeNots. Don't let that ever interfere. Don't let that ever get you down. Because we have one direction. We all are marching. We all are riding this cavalry to a distant crest on a lonely mountain, beyond which a western sun rises high into the sky, only now just beginning to throw rays over these desolate fields of Western civilization, where once there was beauty and happiness, where again in our wake, flowers bloom, birds sing, children laugh, and we reclaim the West. I love you all. Let's go free.